Yes, yes, I know the intro was longer than usual. Full disclosure. I took a nap about an hour ago and woke up at 4:59 Central Time, which means a minute before I was supposed to go live. So it's my birthday. I decided to break with tradition and actually took a fucking nap. So that's why the intro was so long. I had to put on a hat and a shirt. So that's the thing. But I thank you all for being here and giving a shit. I really do. I intend this to be fun. We're just going to hang out. Um, I am happy to have anybody on that wants to come on and say hello to everybody. More than welcome. Let me know. I can get the link for you. But I see a lot of folks in here. I see Jim Largo and Bjorn Jorgensen, Chris Mewoff, Efficient 80s Toys. It's very late for him. Kieran Ball, who was the very first person to wish me a happy birthday on the day itself. That's on record. I've got the timestamp to prove it. So thank you, Kieran. Keith Knight, as I like to call him, Keith. Lots of those folks. Ben Stutley coming in hot. Ted Milich, Masterson 42. Thank you, Daniel Carhunen. Carhunen. I got it right the first time, and I've struggled ever since. I see Zombie JLT, aka Jesse. Nice to see you, brother. Good to see you. He's at working. Ted will be at Retropalooza in Houston on Saturday. So will I. I'll actually be there on Friday. So I'll be there for the whole weekend. We'll be leaving late Sunday afternoon, from what I understand. Will McLaughlin, thank you very much. Glad to see you. And yes, Ted, I had to have the right hat, which means a hat, but not the hat I wore yesterday. That was the whole thing. And Kieran Ball says, at your age, naps become essential. You're not wrong, man. You're not wrong. In as much as I have napped more in the last week than I have in the last decade. I don't know what it is. I haven't been sleeping the best. Um, so I just, when I can, I take a half-hour nap here and there. I think it has more to do with me just legitimately not sleeping great lately, and trying to fix it through other means. You know, Bill Wolf just says, "Happy birthday as well." Thank you very much. I appreciate you very much. I'm glad you're here. Glad everyone's here. It's very, very cool. Cliff Conroy. Conroy. I'm reading his comment at the same time. I'm a dipshit. Cliff Conway says, "Yo, happy birthday, Grindhead. Shout out to Roy." I mean, fuck Roy. Fuck Roy right in the face. It's that stealing motherfucker. Oh, Master Son 42, the first super chat of the night, says, "Happy birthday. Buy yourself some Star Wars Black Series. Even better, I'm in Dallas till Friday." Really? All right. Says, "I'm selling a ton of toys at Dallas Vintage. Happy birthday again." Thank you. Oh, that's awesome that you're in town, man. Get a hold of me. We'll hang out until I go to Houston. I have limited time this week, but let me know, because it's really cool. I'm glad that you're selling toys at Dallas Vintage and hopefully making bank, sir. I don't own any Star Wars Black Series at all, and I don't think I'm going to start now, with one exception. The one Black Series figure that I told myself it would be okay to have, but then again, that's how my Marvel Legends collection started. I got a Stan Lee, and that's all I need. I pre-ordered the George Lucas in Stormtrooper outfit Black Series figure. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm glad you liked that. Cliff also says likes how they revealed Morton found Roy online. It was crazy. They really didn't. It's not in the script at all, as far as it goes, and I don't want to give too much away because again, this is still a backer only thing with the movie. So people that haven't seen it in the public eye, I don't want to tell them too much, but I will say it's not in the script. Or did we really discuss how they met? I actually had a fairly elaborate backstory in my head, head canon for Roy, but it didn't involve Morton. But I think it makes sense with the way that they interact in the film that they're like not really friends, but at the same time, you can tell that Roy was really wanting connection. You know what I mean? You're okay. You didn't spoil anything. You're okay. Oh, right on, man. Well, enjoy the movies. Thank you for being here. Thanks for the super chat, and we'll talk to you soon. Thank you, Ozzy. I appreciate that. Kieran Ball. Jim Does Houston. Coming to us from an adult cinema near you. I mean, I did Houston for 2 years. It's fine. Diminishing returns. It's okay. Daniel Dorian in the house. Nice to see you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Gerard O'Connor says, "What's happening, peeps? Can't stay in a Zoom meeting right now. Want to stop by, punch the like button, catch the replay ASAP." Well, I appreciate you all the same, man. Appreciate you all the same. So we don't have an agenda tonight. I don't have a discussion topic per se. I just wanted to hang out with my friends, and we are multi-streaming tonight. We're streaming to Twitter and Twitch and YouTube at the same time. I've got folks in all those spaces together. And it was just one of these things where I wanted to make sure that anyone who wanted to be here didn't feel limited by, platform or where they feel comfortable watching a stream. I just wanted them to be able to participate if it was something that they were into. So that's why we're doing it that way tonight. You're right, Ted. Technically, it's Pasadena. Well, I didn't technically live in Houston. I lived south of Houston as well. So, no, Bjorn. It's my birthday. We're not talking about tigers of the Lego variety at all. It's not happening. It's my birthday. Cool it. It's nice to be able to say that tonight. Cliff Conway coming in with another super chat. Thank you very much. Says happy birthday, sick drumming and cardiac arrest as well. Thank you. First promo picture. The first picture I ever took after a cardiac arrest rehearsal. So as a member of that band, I was wearing this shirt. This is the same shirt. I bought it again since because I ripped that one to shreds because I wore it all the time. But this is the shirt I was wearing at the time. That wasn't planned for tonight or anything, but just so happens to coincide with your comment. So it's pretty cool. And speaking of getting started early, I don't have any beers in front of me. There's plenty of beer in the fridge. I am going to start that here in a little bit, but I thought it best to warm up, relax, calm down, settle in, the whole thing. For right now, just water. I didn't want to leap out of bed from a nap only to start drinking beer at high velocity. I didn't think that was in my best interests. So we're not doing that. But I kind of feel like tonight might be a good night for me to share some stories of any variety. Oh, Daniel, who's saying that when I have beer during the week, it doesn't lead to 5 or 6 or more? It does sometimes happen. But because of my age and my experience, let's say, I do my best not to let it affect me very much at all. Rare circumstances, like if I have a few too many, a few too late, where I don't have enough sleep. As long as I have enough runway to get sleep, take an Alka-Seltzer in the morning, I'm typically okay. But it's not something that I like to make a habit of, let's say. But certainly it being my birthday, like people at my job were like, "What are you doing working on your birthday?" And I said, "Well, because technically right now I would be prepping for a client meeting, but that client canceled at the last second. And because of that, and I had to reschedule that meeting to next week, I didn't have anything I had to worry about after like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So I called it and I said, I'm off for the rest of the day. Screw this. So I got myself some fried rice and I watched Spider-Man No Way Home and then some of the special features for like the seventh time. And then I got a little tired and decided to take a nap. And now I'm here. Oh, didn't mean to click on that again. Sorry. Um, and I got messages kind of all over the place, as it happens on one's birthday, right? And some folks you realize you talk to more than others as far as what they might think my plans are for tonight. Read between the lines on that one. But I told them, no, I'm just streaming. It's Jim's birthday and he'll work if he wants to. Work if he wants to. You'd take off too if you had a salary. Exactly. You're right. Um, but the whole thing being, my birthday, it's not a huge deal, but I do like it when people remember. 45 years, it doesn't get old, and I appreciate it. Um, the last the last several birthdays have been frankly pretty shitty. Um, I want to bring the stream down, but I want to take you to Mordor, bring it back to the Shire. Um, the last four in particular were pretty bad. 2018, I was on the road by myself on my birthday en route to Houston, which was exciting. Um, but it wasn't really a birthday. And then we got down there and we didn't really have a birthday party. I was moving in with this person who was supposed to be super excited and had a 6-pack of beer and I immediately moved my stuff in. Basically, it was not great. Um, and the situation that turned into eventually it just didn't work. The following year, I was still living in the same place with the same people, and they forgot my birthday. They completely forgot my birthday, and then tried to cover it up. But it bought me some emotional equity with that household to where I didn't get fucked with at all. Like no one bothered me about anything for a couple months, which was nice. I needed that in my life. And that was 2019, and then 2020. Well, it was 2020, right? And you know, it just wasn't a great birthday. It was 2020. Everyone's birthday in 2020 probably sucked. And if it didn't, power to you. That's amazing. And then last year was really, I did have a very, very small someone I was seeing at the time. She came over and got me some toys, as if a harbinger of things to come. Got me a Xenomorph toy and what was the other one? Oh, it was a Godzilla toy. It was a 6-inch Godzilla toy from the Playmates line, I think, which was very cool. But it was super low key, and it was really all that happened. It was what it was, right? But then this year, you guys, a lot of you know, the last year and a half's been a bit weird, especially since you've all come on board and enjoyed the toy content and some other things, and it's been a roller coaster of stuff happening in life. That's what happens with life. Things happen, right? But the events leading up to this one, um, a lot of things were at play. Those of you that know. Those of you that figure it out. Whatever. Circumstances were not great, despite the fact that I still have a lot of really good friends here, loved ones. Um, I like having transformed the place I live, enjoy my job, but I had no idea what to expect. And then 2 Saturdays ago, I get taken to yeah, Jim, the birthday swag thing. I was going to set up the table for that, but I'm just going to have to stage them behind me and show off what I got. That is on the docket. Thank you for reminding me. I was originally going to set up the table, and I didn't because I got tired. Um, but I had a surprise birthday party 2 Saturdays ago because it was the only Saturday that they could all try to all be there at the same time. It was a big effort by a lot of people to make that happen, and there was Godzilla stuff on every wall. Godzilla was showing on the TV. People were like, "Well, I haven't really sat down to watch these, so I want to watch these with you because it means so much to you." And just amazing shit everywhere. So much love. The complete antithesis of how it's felt in the last several years. And it was kind of like, for me, it was the universe saying, "Hey, man, you're going to be fine." It seems like things started off in this weird place. It's cool. You're going to be fine. So it felt amazing. And because I had got to have that kind of party with people that I care about, IRL, so to speak, um, it took all of the pressure off for me to do anything special on my birthday, which is why I felt comfortable spending time with you guys, an indefinite amount of time with you guys. So when I say that it means a lot to be able to do this, I mean that shit. Like, it really is important to me. And I don't want anyone to think he's got nothing better to do than stream on his birthday. No, I've had some birthday celebrations, and there are more coming, I'm sure, um, before the week is over. So, I mean, hell, Retropalooza Houston's this weekend. Like, that in and of itself is going to be a bit of a birthday celebration for me. I don't know how much MSG they had in it. I didn't have a fortune cookie, but I did have an egg roll. It's quite good. Ben, thank you for saying the stream looks good. Connection's been great, and using StreamYard makes it super easy. And Dan, don't worry about it. I get the feel. You said your birthday in 2019 was 2020 was actually decent. Fair enough. So, birthday swag. Some of this stuff you guys will have seen. Okay, if you've been to other streams, spoilers. There's a lot of Godzilla stuff. So I'm going to grab a couple things that are nearby, and then I'm going to grab the beer because one of the things that I got for my birthday holds beer. So that's a whole thing. And Will, as if to be the harbinger of what I'm doing, is head for the mountains, head for Bush beer. I am actually getting some Bush beer right now. It's one of the things I'm getting. Pizza Mike, thank you very much for the happy birthday, and Will, thank you for the super chat. That means a lot. Thank you. I really appreciate that. So I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna go get a couple things, and I'll be right back. I'm not gonna put the screen on or nothing like that. We're gonna roll with it, right? We're gonna roll with it. We're gonna do it live. So this was one of my birthday gifts from my friends at the party. It's a gigantic Pilsner glass. It says it holds 40 ounces. It holds more than 40 ounces. So this is a 25-ounce can. We're just going to let that go. Now you'll notice there's a lot of room left. The irony being that they bought this, the idea was for me to use it during the party. I think they had it in their heads that they were going to get me so drunk. And I decided I wanted to just enjoy the company and the party. I had a handful of beers, okay, but I didn't do that. Now, that's 50 ounces of beer with room to spare, okay? So, happy birthday to me. And I know that it would hold that because I put four 12-ounce beers into it the other night and had lots of room up top. So I was like, that thing's got to hold 50 ounces easily. Yeah. Yeah, Daniel, the food was great. It's a place that specifically does fried rice, and you can tell that the folks that make it are like they were taught by folks that make, Americanized Chinese food, but it's their own thing, and it's really good. It's just a good place, and I really enjoyed it. Jim's like, aren't you supposed to be drinking Lone Star beer? I thought that was the Texas law or something. And yeah, Ian and I did discuss that yesterday, actually. I drink whatever I fucking want. I was going for volume tonight. Steven had a rotten birthday once when he forgot it was his birthday. Ouch. Pizza Mike, super chat with no message. Thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Really do. It is a big freaking glass. Like it's kind of hard to navigate. Ben, this is over 3 pints of beer. That's what this is. It's over 3 pints. Probably fit close to 4 pints in it. I look like a hobbit. Not sure what that means. Why do I look like a hobbit? Oh, because the glass. Okay, I see what you're doing. I get that. Bucket of beer. He's right, mate. Bucket of beer. So it's a mega pint. Yes, it is. And at first I thought this is such a novelty. I'm not going to drink out of this. But it keeps the beer relatively cold for what it is, and I like drinking out of glass. And every time I look at this thing, I think of the folks that gave it to me. So it's a thing. Daniel Durance is the glass size to bring back some good memories for you. Nice. Toast me with that. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's the next step. The folks that got me this, they all said, well, we couldn't get you a boot in time, maybe next year. So I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but it is something I've wanted for a while, for sure. Pizza Mike says, "Ours said happy birthday, so I know. I saw that. I appreciate it. And I saw your super chat, and I thank you. But you asked when Billy will ship the Blu-rays for Jesus movie. They're still the Blu-rays are still being authored at this point. There's a lot of special features to sift through. And again, no one external is putting those together. It's all Billy doing his thing. Basically, his target is mid to late summer for the Blu-rays to ship out. That's the target. Now, knowing that process as well as I do, I would say a safe bet is to expect September, but that's just my guess. This is not an official announcement. Just giving him some leeway. Maybe he'll surprise us and have it ready sooner. I don't know. But those Blu-rays are going to be chock full. He showed me a teaser of the behind the scenes interview footage that he had cobbled together between myself and others, and it looks good. It's really good, really enjoyable stuff. Ted Millett says, I went to a Mexican food place in Louisiana, had 2-for-1 margaritas, ordered a large, thinking it would be like 16-ounce. She walked out with a 38-ounce one and another on the way. Jesus. That's a lot of margaritas, Ted. Good God. Ben says, that's not a glass. This is a glass. Little Crocodile Dundee humor for you. Appreciate that. It's probably a small pint to Keith. I mean, what do you think, Keith? I'm thinking this is probably an average pint for you. I'm just having one beer, hey? It's one. Just one beer. Whew. Super 7's releasing another color variant of the Napalm Death Scum figure. Where'd you see that? Is that on Super 7's site, or did Napalm announce it, or what color? Tell me more, sir. You can't tease me with this on my birthday. Keith says, a beer glass shaped like and as big as the snare drum. Well, the snare drum that I play is a 13-inch circumference. The standard is 14. 13, but it's 7 inches deep as opposed to 5.5 or 6. So that would be quite literally a bucket. And I don't think that would be a good career move for me to have a snare, like unless there was a straw that came out of it that was shaped like a drumstick. That would be kind of cool. That seems like a lot of work just to drink beer. Even filling that thing up is more work than beer should be, in my opinion. Pizza Mike says, so November? Yeah, the extras are going to be really good. There's a lot of stuff. There's like an interview with the guy who built a miniature for the film. There's footage of almost all of the Q&As from all of the different conventions leading up to the release of the film, including footage for the Q&A after the premiere of the film, footage of the premiere itself. A lot of stuff. He says, like in that glass, mate, doctor said drink one a day. Sorted. That's right. More like sorted. Am I right? Super 7 Facebook page and is greenish. There's not been a greenish version of Scum that I'm aware of from the official releases. You had the original, which was the yellow, and then when they repressed it for CD, the variant was purple in the US, which is the one that I got. Like that's the thing. If you should base it off the original release colors, not just whatever color you want. Green, and green's my favorite color, so that's like. Ben said, "I needed that glass." When my ex asked how many. Oh, just one. That's fair. Captain Jack Sparrow would approve. I think Captain Jack Sparrow would be drinking out of it right now. He's had a hell of a couple weeks, that's for sure. Hey, Dorian says, okay, I have to head off work in the morning. Happy birthday. Thank you, Mr. Dorian. I appreciate that. Will, with a very poignant question that I have not answered before, said, sorry if she said this already. Am I going to stream from the con? Probably not. I typically don't. When I went to Guardian Con in 2017, and I was primarily a streamer, which I guess technically I still am, if you think about it. I did stream from the convention floor, and it was okay. It was fun. But like you're at the convention, and even if I streamed from the convention floor, like it's an odd thing for people. Like if you just walk up to someone's booth and you're like, I'm live streaming on the internet right now, like. Then there's people who like paid their money and they're like, get the camera out of my face. Or if I'm sitting at the table, someone walks up, wants to have a conversation, like I don't want to ruin their thing. So Probably not, but I will film a little bit. When you're just filming and you're not live streaming, which is a very different vibe. I think it's different. I will film a little bit, and I will certainly make a video like I did last year. So I guess I just said I'm not streaming. So there you go. There you go. Well, I'm glad. Glad it makes sense at least. Stephen S. used to have a yard of beer glass from the Ren Fair. Too easy to get drunk. Fits 3 beers easily. This one fits 4. This one fits 4. Um, so you know, and because of the fact that it's not an insulated glass, or at least not a very highly insulated glass, there's a little bit of pressure to drink it a little bit faster than one normally would. Um, when I'm going for what I call the long haul, um, I tend to drink out of an insulated cup so that I can let the beer sit longer and I can just relax. Well, it's my birthday. I don't give a shit about that. It is what it is. Damn, 4? Yeah, it's advertised as 40 ounces, but I just put 50 into it with room to spare. So I don't know where they got it, but I just show up and there's this gigantic fuck glass sitting there. And they had like happy birthday, but every letter had a Godzilla on it. They had this wall hanging from Godzilla King of the Monsters where he's like, has the breath up. That's hanging in the window. Um, just an array of stickers ready to go, and I've never been a streaker, not once, Jim, never ever. And trust me, you'll be happy that I'm not that. Bill says that beer's going to be hot by the time I finish it. Not so. I've had a few test runs on this thing. I got it. Don't worry, it'll be all right. Unsurprisingly, Bjorn has streaked. Not surprised by this at all. And although it was not sent for my birthday, once I received it, I consider this a birthday present from Jim. It's this blanket, which is made up of every Godzilla movie poster up to like 2018 or something. Okay. And it is a microfiber fleece blanket. It is the softest freaking thing. It's warm. I love it. Love it. And I've just been using it like crazy. Speaking of Godzilla and speaking of Jim, he sent down this Godzilla stuffy from Godzilla vs. Kong almost as what I would consider like a distractor from the SH Monster Arts Final Wars Godzilla that he got me, which I unboxed during the stream 2 weeks ago, which was a mind bender to say the least. And then at the party, I got another Godzilla plushie. It's a bit cuter, just a cute boy. He stays on the desk next to me with much love in my heart for the little guy. Lots of Godzilla stuff for the birthday this year, that's for sure. Not mad about it at all. Should have a Fantastic Four symbol on the side of the glass. It's not a bad idea. Friend of mine does custom vinyl stuff. She's just starting her business up, and she wants to put custom stuff on it. I just haven't decided what I want yet. It will either be a silhouette of Godzilla with my name in the letters across the bottom, although I think that might not work because my name is so long, Grindhead Jim. It would have to be too small. So I don't quite know what I want yet. I don't know. But that's a good idea. I like that. I like that. I like that a lot. It's good. It used to have a comically large pencil, Bjorn. Is there something you want to tell me about your comically large pencil? Seems odd to me. Seems very odd. Okay. Yeah. Keep forgetting that Keith used to be a cop. So I had to arrest a streaker once in a football match. Use my helmet to cover his comrade Wobbly. His comrade Wobbly. Really did not want to put that back on my head afterwards. I bet. I bet. Um, Ozzy says, I remember the footage that you have of the drummer of Infernal Revulsion. That's a Japanese death metal band. Their drummer, drunk on moonshine in a thunderstorm. Yes. There's actually way more of that footage than I released. I recorded the entire thing. Um, that was something else. And we fly so the festival, the Central Illinois Metal Fest, and they fly over this brutal death metal band from Japan. He gets in the day of. They play the show. Did amazing. And someone had the bright idea to give this kind, talented young Japanese gentleman moonshine during a thunderstorm in the middle of a chaotic festival. And I have footage of this cat just walking around with his arms wide open, screaming and hollering with a passable command of the English language, and he's slurring on top of that. Just next level shit. It was an amazing time. It was an amazing time. Not sure where that came from. Oh, you mean $100 for streaking? Yeah, for $100, depending upon the situation. I mean, pull out your pull and taggle and tackle. Wow. The day started off kind of weird, in as much as I made coffee around 8:30 or so. Had a client meeting at 9. Didn't get to the coffee before the client meeting. I was doing like 20 things at once. Finished that meeting, start working on some other stuff. Next thing I know, it's lunchtime. I ordered my lunch. I look over at the coffee pot, and there's still a whole pot of coffee in it. So I knew right away that it was going to be a whole fucking thing for this birthday. Not sure why I'm mentioning that, but I thought it was funny. Just that, like, normally I'm like very militant with like, I'm gonna make coffee, I'm gonna make it. They're gonna have to fucking wait until I have my coffee before they can talk to me and they can see me. Now, totally everything out of order. Just awful. Just awful. But um crazy fun day. So I did promise some memories. So for birthdays, the earliest memory that I'm aware of, and the only reason I'm aware of it is because of a picture, was my mother had made me or bought me a Batman birthday cake. I think this was like age 3 or 4. It was a chocolate cake, white icing, and like the Batman cowl with the black. Wasn't the '60s Batman? It was more of like that Neil. Um, there's so many influential Neils in my head. Because I'm not trying not to say Neil Kernon, the producer. I'm trying not to say Neil Brannon. Oh, I'm very embarrassed right now. Neil Adams. Whew, got it. Woo! Just before Daniel posted their comment, I said Neil Adams. I looked up and he went Neil Adams. Thank you for the save, though, brother. Thank you. Looks very Neil Adams. Had that cake. I don't remember um, what was, what I got that birthday or whatever. But as early as I can recall or have memories of by virtue of pictures, comics, toys were, um, it was that early on. And then the next thing I knew, mom had one of those Darth Vader cake pans. And for like 3 or 4 years in a row, mom would ask me what I wanted as a cake for my birthday. And I would always say Darth Vader. Of course. Of course I want Darth Vader. You kidding me? And that was just the tradition for a very long time. Um, mom, and she kept that cake pan forever. And when she died, I looked for it, and to my knowledge, it wasn't there anymore because I was going to hang on to it. Um, and one of the earliest memories I have of a birthday, this would have been in Ohio. This would have been, it's got to be 82 or 83, probably 82, whatever year Dukes of Hazzard came out. Because someone had gotten me the General Lee with the top would open, you put the figures in it, 3 and 3/4 inch figures, right? So I want to say 83. I already had it, and as a young kid, I didn't know how to process emotions or disappointment or anything, and I just blurted out, "I already have this," and I made the kid that got it for me feel awful. It was a very generous and kind gift, and it's weird the things that stick with you. I'm 45 years old. If it was 83, I would have been 5 that day. 40 years ago. I have a vivid memory, almost like I'm watching it from outside my body. I remember the look on the kid's face. He was mortified. He was terrified. And I'll never forget it. I don't even remember the kid's name, right? But I remember treating him really awful that day, and I made a promise to myself not to do that to anybody again. Maybe learn how to take a gift more gracefully, that's for sure. Um, but also, when people get older, they get better at gift giving too, I suppose. Bjorn Jorgensen had a NWO themed cake at his 56th birthday, a bunch of wrestling stuff for that birthday as well. Still have your childhood WCW championship. Good. Jim says 4 basic food groups: coffee, beer, pizza, and chocolate. Fair enough. I don't know why we're kneeling before Zod, but we are apparently. And Carl says happy birthday, Sergeant TARDIS. Don't worry about it. I started earlier than I expected to because of what happened with my client. So everyone by my watch is early. Okay. And I plan to go a little bit later than I normally would because I know that like Jim Salzberg was excited to be able to make it because of his work. So like I wanted to start early enough that people across the pond would be able to participate, but stay late enough that those that are working late can come in too. So we'll be around for a bit. So don't sweat it. I appreciate you, man. Water, tea, beer, and bacon. Fair enough. Fair enough. Um, but I remember this would have been the 84 birthday because we took a trip like a few hours from where we were living out to Pennsylvania, and my mother let me open a gift early because we were going to be taking the drive. It was technically on my birthday, technically, and it was the first 3 issues of the Transformers limited series run, Marvel Comics run. And as I read them the whole way up to where we were going, and I want to say that's when I got I don't remember which Transformers I got because I know my earliest Transformers were uh, Soundwave, I believe, is my first. Soon after that, I got Optimus Prime, and that might have been a birthday gift for that year. I don't remember, to be honest. Probably. I don't know. I don't remember. And then it would just be fill-ins with like the little guys, your bumblebees and stuff like that. And every so often you get one. But Transformers tended to be like a birthday gift most of the time. From what I can remember, it's really fuzzy. Like I remember what I had, but as to when you get it, it's so random. You know, I know that in '85, one of the big birthday gifts was the Black Lion from Voltron, and Christmas of that year, I got the rest of the lions, which was cool. It was very cool. And as I remember it, the Black Lion was the all metal Matchbox, and the other lions were all plastic. So somewhere between my birthday and Christmas, they had either done the recall or they had already released the second version or something. Will says, I recently turned 47, but for the entire year before, I thought I had already turned 47, so I skipped 46 altogether. Remember your 10th birthday like it was yesterday. There you go. Karen Ball says, in other words, Jim's stream's going to run until his next birthday. Not quite. I know I run long streams, but not that long. That long? Come on. Karen. Just kidding. Hi, Andy. Thanks for the wishes. Appreciate it. Joe DeBick says, hi, happy belated birthday? No, today is my birthday. My friend threw me a surprise party a couple weeks back. And I was saying earlier that because of that, like today, it's not that today doesn't feel special. It feels very special, to be honest. But I don't have any pressure to make it more special. So I'm just really enjoying the time. Thundercracker was Pizza Mike's first G1. There you go. Soundwave was your first as well. Awesome. Because I had a thing for tape decks. Made sure to get Jetfire when I started collecting vintage again. I never had a Jetfire. Never had one. And it's one where they're expensive, and I don't have any G1s. I don't think I want to start. I looked at some of the reissues that are out there, redesigns, stuff like that. The designs that were based on the movies that were released like the last couple of years, those are tempting. But for me, it's like, I don't need those. Those little core class Transformers that Gojatron that Carl got me started on. Like I'm really into those. Like the price is right. They look the part. I love them, and I'm gonna stick with those. And I'm not getting all of them, just the characters that I remember and like. So no Beast Wars and all that crap. Gojatron barely remembers his 40s. I'm halfway through my 40s, and I can say that up to this point, the 40s have not been great. Been good, not great. Basically, there's like pockets so far that have been really good, and this last 2 years for the most part, it's been pretty good despite the pandemic in it. Whereas my 30s were kicked off by a divorce. Like my 30th birthday party was like I was already divorced and she was about to move out, kind of a thing. So that was a weird vibe of a birthday. It was weird because she was still living in the house, but the divorce was done. So all the guys in the band were trying to get me laid all night, and I'm like, it's a little weird, guys. I appreciate it. It was a little weird, a little soon, but they were just ready. Like, oh, dude, we gotta get him laid. It didn't work. It was fun. It was still fun to see them try. That's for sure. And then the rest of my 30s, the first, 3, 4 years of my 30s were more or less in the band. All of that was good. Then I moved to Iowa, which first few years of that were really good. Last few, not so much. And then, 2018, I told the story about earlier and so forth. So it's been, life goes up and down, right? But my 40s so far have been just kind of a just this whirlwind of things, and you think about how much time has passed, you go, holy shit, it's kind of nuts. Shane asks me, what's up? What's up? We're here hanging out. I'm having a beer. It's my birthday. What's up with you? How are you doing, Shane? How are you? And I have a text from my aunt that I need to answer, which, shall we say, due to the context of the text, it's a little bit awkward. She asked me if I had any plans with Suze, aka Jill, and I'm like, oh, she didn't get the memo. Oops. I feel bad. Keith Knight says, at my age, I can relate stories from my youth perfectly, yet cannot remember why the fuck I just walked into the kitchen. Hey, man, I was like that in my 30s. So, it's the whole thing. Woman in the cardboard says, I'm in my 50s. Y'all are just kids, young whippersnappers. Young whippersnappers. It is funny, though, that at this age is when I'm getting into toy collecting. You would think it's a weird age to get into this stuff, isn't it? To because I think for a long time, um, it would have been simple for me to get into collecting toys, but I didn't have the disposable income or the space. So I think I just never considered it because of that, to be honest. Um, and the stars just aligned last year. That damn Iconicon. Kieran Paul. Oh, with a good, amazing follow up. It wasn't even Keith's kitchen that he forgot why he was there. Fair enough. Shane says I'm 40, still play video games, collect those. Well, I'm 45. So, and I never stopped with video games at all. Never stopped. That's always been a thing. I threatened to quit video games a few times, but I never actually stopped. Toys. I think it really was a space thing and not wanting random stuff. And I didn't have the desire to go after like toy lines at the time. But then to see people that are like really into it, and I think it. Oh goodness, sorry. Um, it just really hit me between the eyes. Because I had been threatening in my head to do it for years. And the game chasers slash toy chasers were a big part of it. Like I would watch them hunt for toys, and I'm like, oh, So I think that it's easy for me to blame the community and blame Iconicon, but really that was the last straw. So lots of people are here in their 50s, and everyone's calling everyone else kids. Damn kids! I'm gonna play with my Joes. Ah, Vanta is here. Thank you. Appreciate that. That's from Twitch. That's from the purple, the dark side of the internet. So most of us are here on YouTube, but I'm glad there's folks over on Twitch as well. I'm glad someone's watching over there. Appreciate it. But I'm bringing up almost every comment, so you're not missing anything. If you want to say something to someone else, I can certainly call it out for you. Joda Becky says, my advice for all, find a partner if that's your thing that accepts you and tolerates your hobbies. I would go a step further. Um, I think you should find a partner if you want to that accepts you, not only tolerates your hobbies, but understands your joy, advocates your joy, but also has their own hobbies that you can tolerate as well. In other words, there should be a mutual back and forth. I think that's the best. I think that when there's two people that are driven to do things they love and they appreciate that about each other, I think that's the real answer, right? Because I don't think it's necessarily difficult to find someone who can like you and will like you and then say, well, it's good that you do that. I don't think that's as hard as our generation makes it out to be. Um, I think the difficult part is finding someone who has passions of their own that you can support as well. even if you're not going to do them. Personal thought. Changes. Yeah, Toy Chasers got you back into collecting. Now you have an almost complete G.I. Joe collection. That's a lot of money. Gravity is no longer a friend. Staying in is better than going out. It's true. Keith says, on my birthday, some bastard stole my Viagra and my antidepressants. Well, I hope he was fucking happy. Ugh. Ew. Not a fan of that at all. Joe's like, yes, perhaps encourage is better. That's the key. Keith, man. Stole my Viagra and antidepressants. Hope he was fucking happy. I see what you did there. Tried not to call too much attention to the punchline, but here we are. But here we are. Now I'm going to awkwardly get quiet and type a response to my aunt just because I don't want her to think I'm ignoring her. I should put on some safe music. Hang on. I'm going to do that. Hang on a second. If the sound goes wonky when I do this, please let me know. I don't want it to be weird. But let me know. Let me get the music started here. Am I a Cradle of Filth fan? Yes. I'm very picky with Cradle of Filth. In as much as like I like some of the early stuff. I'm a big fan of Cruelty and the Beast, Dusk and Her Embrace, and then like almost every other album since. But there's a lot of albums of theirs. I'm just like, what are you doing? Like, what the hell are you doing? Honestly, the majority of it is pretty good. Well, there's no topic to be off of, Steven. You're good. He says, I know it's kind of off topic, but since you like physical media, I have a burning question. What's the hardest season of Lost to find on DVD? I don't know. They're all lost. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun, boing. I honestly don't know. I was never a fan of the show. I'm proud to say I've never watched a single second of it. And I think it was a waste of a show based upon people that saw the finale of the show, and I watched them walk into work with these long-ass faces. Just one after the other. Just, oh my God. I was like, well, I'm glad I was doing other shit with my life. So I don't know what's rare. I have no idea. None at all. Bjorn says, I'm going to be watching the Obi-Wan show the 27th. I will be watching it Friday morning before we go to Retropalooza. Because Rob and I promised we would watch it so we don't actually get it spoiled while we're there. Shane says, dude, if I see it at Retropalooza, we'll talk metal to you all day. I mean, I'm going to be in that. If you walk into Retropalooza Houston, you go to your left, there's that little U-shaped area where like all the guests are. I'll be in there with the boys. So you'll see me. You know what I look like. I'll be there. Make your presence known, sir. Warman a Cardboard says, so do we all sing happy birthday to you? Answer very badly. Yeah, if you really want to, that's fine. You pay the royalties yourself. I appreciate the thought nonetheless. Expectations are low for Obi-Wan. Fair enough. Daniel Carnahan only watched the finale of Lost, so no disappointments to be had. Very good. A lot of folks are saying they're going to give it a go. I appreciate that. I'm gonna play. Is this what I want? Right. All right. So there's some music. Now, to you guys, it's probably going to sound like watery piss in the background. And if it does, please let me know so that I can make adjustments. But I didn't want there to be like this abject silence while I'm doing some stuff here. Kieran Ball says, the big problem with an Obi-Wan prequel show is that he didn't do anything apart from hide the cave. That's I think the assumption. You know what I mean? But I also feel like what they're probably going to have him do is probably more noteworthy than it ever should have been. You know, uh, I don't know what they're going to do. Whoop, sorry, I accidentally hit your. You say it does sound like watery piss. Okay, do I sound like watery piss? Music does, right? But I don't have high expectations for the show at all. But I question what it's going to be able to do. I know I'll be entertained by it, but is it going to matter in the grand scheme of things? Probably not. The music sounds like this water. Okay, fair enough. Cal L. Unfortunately, I can't stay for the stream. I'll have to watch replay later. But just want to wish you happy birthday. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for stopping by, and I hope you enjoy it. Will says it would be great if just Obi-Wan perfecting a cup of tea while sitting in a cave. I'd be okay with that. Like film and Castaway style, where it's just like it jumps every couple months over the course of like a 10, 20-year period. I'd be okay with that. I'd be really okay with that. All right, finally replied to my aunt, so I don't feel like I. Chris Miwa, who's just a fucking trooper, saying, "I'm off to sleep. Have a good rest of the stream, everyone. Cheers. Hey, cheers to you, brother. Thank you for being here. I know how late it is for you. Thank you for staying up and hanging out. This is part of why I started at normal times. You would have a chance. There, and I should only be able to hear my voice, and it's probably going to be a lot clearer. So now I'm just going to play music for myself so I can listen to music and not feel awkward. Because I can do that. So, sorry you're not going to be able to hear the music. I appreciate you calling it out that you can't hear the voice. Jim Largo said, in other news, the Nacelle Company announced a Legends of Comedy action figure including Lenny Bruce and Joan Rivers. Did anyone ask for this? As someone who is uh, a student of comedy, in the sense of I just study stand-up comedy the way that I do. Uh, uh, like I love stand-up comedy the same way I do music, and I would love to have some action figures of good stand-up comedy. Lenny Bruce for sure. Joan Rivers, she's worthy, but it would be one I would buy. Paul has made me turn off watery piss. Already did, so it should be good now. Kieran Ball, we're saying I can't hear the music very well. You can't hear me either. Well, you shouldn't be able to hear the music at all now. You should be able to hear me just fine. If that's not the case, let me know. But yeah, it's a weird thing for them to announce, Jim, in general. But for myself, as a huge stand-up comedy fan, as long as they pick the right people and the right outfits, as long as they're not exorbitantly expensive, would love that. Like Richard Pryor, Dave Chappelle, George Carlin, Lenny Bruce, like you said, Sam Kinison, uh, Bill Hicks, Bill Burr, um, Louis C.K., Eddie Murphy, even Bill Cosby, which would be a really weird thing to announce, but like those are all like people I could see kind of going in there. The music should be a no go. I don't have any music on right now. I am on a completely different sound thing right now. Hello, can you hear me? All right, good. Should be good now. Shouldn't be able to hear any music at all. If that's different, you need to tell me. I'm going to go so far as to mute the other sound. Ron White would be a fun action figure. Music, music shouldn't be. It's not even coming through. Hang on, I'll fix it. All right, how about now? Because again, I'm using just the mic. It makes no sense to me at all. Like, there's literally no way that's possible. It just shouldn't be. Bill Hicks is in the first wave. Okay. Bill Hicks in the first wave. Okay. I think I know why it's happening. I do think I know why it's happening. I'm going to try to fix it. And if it comes down to it, I can't listen to music. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. I think I know what it is. And I think that um, it probably has to do with the way that I'm broadcasting audio to myself, which is through the speakers, and it doesn't know how to differentiate. I can't. It's really stupid. Um, but there's no music playing at all now, so it shouldn't be a thing. Okay, good. So I think I've managed to figure out the culprit. So I'm since I moved to the desk, I have been using the headphone jack on my speakers rather than switching around the way that I used to. Um, that's okay. I can. Sound is still out of whack for you. So Ben thinks it's crystal clear. Jim thinks it's fucked up. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know because it should be clear and readable. R5. Okay, so majority of folks think it's good. What I would recommend, Jim, is for you to leave the stream and come back. Okay, so we're good. All right. No music for me on my fucking birthday, I guess. Just kidding. What I could do, and what would be an interesting experiment, would be since you guys wouldn't get to hear the music anyway, right? How about I try to listen to music on my phone, a completely separate source, and I'm curious because this is a good time to experiment, right? It's my birthday, you try new things, and I want to see if you can hear it when I talk. Paula isn't wincing anymore, so that's good. Okay, good. That's very good. So now I will try this because now I'm curious at this point. You know what I mean? Dun-dun-dun. All right. I get the music going. Shit. Okay. So I have music in my ears. Can you hear the music now? I'm going to hope it's a big no. Damn right, Kieran. Jim's party will experiment if he wants to. That has happened for my birthday in the past. My first threesome was on my birthday many years ago. It's fun. It's a good time. Just put on hi-fi in the background. Nice. Don't have that on. No music. Okay. All right. Good. Can't hear the music. Okay. So I think using the speaker as a dual output system is the problem. No problem. I'll fix it. I just have to pull out the computer, change a few chords, and we'll be okay. We should be good. What I need to do is get off my tuchus and hook the mixer up again. That's what I need to do. Because that would probably work too. Because at that point, the headphone source is completely separate from the speakers altogether. And that should make it so that it wouldn't, like, this shouldn't happen in the first place, is my point. It might be because I'm using the front jacks. I don't know. It's very frustrating. But that's right. It's my party and I can. Period. Good experiment with controls. Science, good scientific method, if you will, right? So where were we on birthday memories? I said 85. I know that Christmas I got a Grimlock. And then that birthday that year was the Black Lion from Voltron. So uh superpower stuff tended to be Christmas stuff. Like y'all know 84 is when I got like series 1. I got the Darkseid Destroyer Christmas 85. Um and by mid 86 it was fizzling out, so I didn't get a bunch of stuff. And Jim Largo finally chiming into this better for him as well. Perfect. Everyone's happy. Happy, 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 happy. Glad. G.I. Joe was certainly, I'm sure, a lot of birthdays too. Um, I want to say that I got the Dragonfly helicopter for a birthday because a picture that I have with the Dragonfly when it was more or less new was in summertime with my best friend at the time. Well, I couldn't tell you for sure. You know, it would have had to have been 83, 84, but I don't know for sure. Uh, 86. That's when the waters start to get muddy because there's probably more Transformers at that point. Um, for my birthday in because 87 is a blur, I couldn't tell you anything about 87. Couldn't tell you a thing. Like aside from like the Transformers movie being huge, and I definitely got some Transformers that year. I couldn't tell you what else I was into at the time. Probably just Transformers, to be honest. I think I might even gotten some Brave Star that year. Because I did like those toys. And 88 was significant because that was my fifth grade graduation, if you will. And a lot of my friends from my class all came over for a massive sleepover at my party, at my house for a party. I know that I got one of those. This is when they had just rebranded all like the motorized water pistols with like blazing colors, like red with splashes of blue and stuff. And they had the disappearing ink, which didn't really disappear. And we ended up just using water and having a grand old time with that. Um, as a moving in present, which was around the time of my birthday back in '84, I know I got like the Gremlins books on record from Hardee's, which I made my mother hide because they scared me at the time. Now I love that movie and I wish I still had them. World Made of Cardboard remembers getting Star Wars in '80, Shogun Warriors, Godzilla in late '77. World Made of Cardboard got whole lot of GI Joe stuff after Star Wars. Faded, still played Doctor Who and everything. Yeah, Star Wars was probably more in birthdays than I remember it. 'Cause I remember what I had. It's just difficult to remember when I got it. Um, and when the movies would come out, like when Jedi came out, I got a lightsaber, a knockoff lightsaber, like the one that's just a flashlight with the clear plastic tube on it. I told that story before. I got that around that time because that's around when the movie came out as well. Um, and again, I'm just trying to. It's frustrating not to be able to recall those memories. Um, but on the same token, I feel like it's a really good thing that I just have good memories in general, and that I'm not ascribing them to like one particular day. Uh, I remember this had to have been 85 for my birthday. Y'all would have to confirm this for me, but it's got to be 85. Makes the most sense because that would be the year these were new. So my birthday cake comes out, and the grasshopper Insecticon was transformed in grasshopper mode and on the cake. And at first, I thought it was just a cake topper, and then they're like, "This is the actual toy," and I lost my mind. It was like the coolest idea. I was like, "Oh, you can do that with a cake?" I remember getting that, and by this time, I was starting to get more into video games, and so I'm sure there was a few video games in there somewhere. I didn't have an NES until '89, when toys were pretty much out of the loop for like my family. Video games were like the thing. Um, yeah, '88. I still had some toys I was getting, and then we moved, and by that point, video games were pretty much the thing at that point. But I still play with my toys at the time. That's for sure. And I know somewhere in there were Sky Commanders, Centurions, Stariors, Air Raiders. Like all those toy lines were making their way into my hands at that time. Keith Knight joined the police force 4 days before his 19th birthday. Had to spend it in training school. Had some good bars there though. Yeah, when I joined the Marine Corps, I made it a point not to go until a week after my birthday. I was hoping I would need that much time to recover. Hmm. And that was my 23rd birthday. So it wasn't like a red letter birthday or anything. Um, and in Marine Corps boot camp, as you probably well know, like you can't leave the base at all ever. So I didn't. On the way down, I remember having. I didn't have a beer on the way down. I had cigarettes because there was a restaurant in the airport where you could smoke. How long ago this was? I remember having cigarettes going, thinking like, "This is the last cigarette I'll ever smoke." Yeah, right. Get down there, do the thing, and it was fine. But um, I'm glad that I waited until after my birthday to do that. That's for sure. Jim Largo says his best birthday gift was the Mego Fist Fighters Batman and Robin. Worst birthday gift was Rick Springfield and cassette tape. Ugh. Johnny Sorensen coming in live. Greetings, salutation, wonderful people. Happy birthday. Thank you very much. Jesse's girl. I think it was 87. There you go. Best birthday present I received was a ticket to a WWE live event. I've never been to WWE live. A little heavy on the electrons. Yeah, exactly. It's one of my favorite lines. Tasty Ace Track now. Yeah, we should just watch that movie. Spoilers, we can't. That would to get the stream taken down so fucking fast. He's like, yes, we should watch it. Um, Logic Blaster says happy birthday. Thank you, Logic Blaster. It's nice to see you. It's nice to see you. But Sully says I have much better memory for Christmas gifts than birthday gifts. I'm the same way as you're seeing. Like I'm just not thinking about it. Oh, of course I got that. You know it's my favorite fucking movie of all time, man. And especially because you put it in quotes. I was like, do you guys ever want me to get a movie quote or something? Put it in quotes because I know that you're quoting something. Because sometimes people say things and I think it's a quote, and then I say something and I embarrass myself. I don't need help embarrassing myself, boys. I really don't. I can do that on my own very easily. So, beer glass update. And I know that Bill Wifton was concerned about the temperature. It is less cold than it was, but it's still cold. Yeah, plenty cold, plenty drinkable. Mmm. Nom, 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 nom. but, but this one goes to 11. Why don't you just make 10 louder and just keep it? But this one goes to 11. Spinal Tap. Good one. Keith Knight says, so as another way to look at it is that for my 19th birthday, the Queen gave me a police uniform with whistle and cuffs. Tweet, tweet, motherfucker. Tweet, tweet. It looks hot to me. I mean, we're all attracted to different things in life. Be fluid. Be water, my friend. A little Bruce Lee action for. I don't know where that's coming from at all, honestly. Um, I find it weird. I have a Jean Claude Van Damme statuette on pre-order, but I don't have anything Bruce Lee, and I should probably look into getting one because it would feel weird to me to have just Jean Claude Van Damme and not Bruce Lee. Does that make it weird? Damn it, Jim, I'm a beer drinker, not a doctor. That's fair enough. Kieran Ball tapping out. Sorry, Jim and Chad. The Soul Fire has to get some sleep. Take care, everyone. Enjoy your birthday. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being the first person to officially wish me happy birthday on my birthday. Competition was stiff, I will tell you that much. But Kieran Ball was the one, so you can kind of walk around like that. Go to sleep happy knowing you made my day. Thank you. Bjorn Norgerson coming out of left field with I watched the director's cut of Lawrence of Arabia for the first time today. I've never seen the director's cut of that. So go you. Go you. To any of you in chat that sent me something between the last time I did an unboxing and now, I don't have it yet. I've been so busy I have not made it to the box yet. I am going this week. And I don't think I'll be able to stream an unboxing, but I will record it and release it. I still have to finish the edit on this week's video. It's all shot. It's in the edit. I just have to finish it, and that's gonna be a Thursday. I basically gonna have to finish the edit before release on Thursday. And I don't have time otherwise. So but I have to go to the box on Thursday because I have to go to storage to drop off some empty totes, to put stuff in, to break down boxes, grab stuff from there to take to Retropalooza, like some of my doubles and stuff that I want to sell, and also go to the box to get stuff, unbox. It's going to be a whole thing on Thursday. It's going to be crazy. Skeletroy, thank you, sir. Skeletroy is one of my dearest friends. I'm happy to have him. And as a reminder, if anyone wants to pop up on screen with me, I'll give you the join link in a heartbeat. This is a celebration, so it's not just me talking at your face. If you want to hop in, let me know. World Made of Cardboard said I took a customer service survey one time where they said I had an 11-point scale, 0 to bad service, 10 for best service. All I could say was during the voice comment part, our scale goes to 11. Nice. Well, McLaughlin got the G.I. Joe headquarters on his ninth birthday and fainted when they brought it out. Stayed up till 1 a.m. playing with his older brother. That's awesome. That's awesome. Diamond selects making Bruce Lee as Kato from Green Hornet. Not the same, but it's good. Yeah, Bjorn, you can hop in for a few minutes if you wanted to. Sure. Absolutely. No tigers allowed. No tigers allowed. But our force scale goes to 11. That's fucking classic robotic cardboard. That's classic. I love that. It's crazy. The stuff that people do. Yeah, we've been going for a little while. What? Why? Why? Oh, I get you. Like, why? Why would you? Why would you do that? Cheers to all you guys. I really appreciate you. It's like really unwieldy. Like you have to like be careful not to go back too far and like drown yourself, spill beer all over yourself, or hit anything on the way up. So we're a little over halfway done. So cold. Trying out other birthdays. Can't get your tripod to stay up. Uh-oh. Well, we'll get you another time. This is not a one-time only opportunity. I'm sure we'll have hangout streams and stuff. Let me think. Other notable birthdays. So we got up to the Marine Corps more or less. I mean, I've skipped birthdays up to that point. When I was in cardiac, 3 out of the 4 members, all of our birthdays were in the same week. So we would have like one big party at my place the weekend that was like closest to the middle of all of our birthdays. And those birthdays would get crazy, you know, scores and scores and scores of beer. Um, they always had a cool cake. Like one year, they had a cake that was just the logo, but it was really well done. Like they did the cardiac logo very, very well. And like the next year, because the album had come out, they did like a hand did the album cover, which had a lot of dismembered people on it. So it was interesting. Like they did well. It was interesting. Um, and then like one year, we forego we just said fuck cake and we just had like a birthday pizza or something. I don't remember. But there was always some joke, some weird death metal joke with that, which was crazy. Fun times though. I don't think we were ever on the road for our birthday. We always play on those weekends and stuff, but we tried to have time off around the birthday. I have a pile of books back there myself. Which reminds me, I got to get a couple. There's a couple books I have to get at Retro this year. World Cardboard says, my birthday was May 9th. This year, the 7th or 8th person I found with their birthday. Yeah, there's a lot of May birthdays. And I'm a preemie. I was born 3 months early. So I'm not even supposed to be here today. Little clerks action for you. Scott says, hope you took a picture of those cakes. There is a picture of the logo one for sure. In fact, I might even be able to find it right now. Let me see if I can find it. I have many pictures. Oh, look, a spam caller calling me on my birthday. Thanks for nothing. I really flipped out for a second. I forgot the music was coming from the phone, and then the phone starts ringing in my ear. I'm like, "What the fuck? Like what? What's going on?" Yeah, I should be able to find that at least the picture of the logo cake. I know I have that. Relatively speaking, I know where it is. Oh, let me find it. Um, no. Someone outside set off an alarm. That's great. Here we go. Oh, very first picture in the album, actually. So here, let me get the screen share going for you. There we go. Okay. So that's what the cake looked like, the logo one. They did a pretty good job, I must say. I was very impressed with it at the time. Johnny got the lousy stinking coitals in 87, 88 for birthday. Rolled a cardboard, made it by a half hour into Mother's Day. Gave your mother the gift of being in labor all day for Mother's Day. You got to earn that title. Marine Corps thing. Any recent toy announcements blow my mind. That Mezco Spidey really blew my mind. Yes, Sal from Two Cents Toys' birthday was yesterday. I caught a bit of that stream as well. Keith Knight says, "Fun fact: I was born on the 4th of April, 1968. Historians should get the date." I don't know what happened. That's like before Christ and stuff. I don't know. Love you, Keith. Let me see if there's anything else in this. Oh wait, are you? So this cake was the first experiment. So in the cake had embedded like doll parts, and there was supposed to be blood coming out of them and stuff. Like there's a bunch of like stuff they did with it, which was weird. Like dismembered bodies and stuff. And they elaborated on this later. It like kind of nuts that they did that. My roommate and drum tech. I might as well just go through these pictures. I don't think there's anything illicit in here, and if there is, I'll move. We were playing cards, and I got 3 6s, and I thought that was funny. I thought I was being hilarious at the time. Cake all over my face. They treat it like it was a damn like they treated it like it was a wedding. It was weird. My guitar player at the time, Tommy. Then again, my face again. That's guitar player for Relic at the time, and then he was in the hell band is he in now? Shit, something of the Wolf. I don't remember. Great band though. Great band. Some friends of the band. Drummer for Relic at the time. Guitarist for Relic at the time. Former guitar player for Cardiac Arrest. My second ex-wife Jennifer, who apparently was having a good time. And that's the end of that folder. So there you go. Yeah, I wasn't that weird guy that like deleted all the pictures of the ex-wife because of something like the whole thing. Nice cake. Thank you. Yeah, the cake that they had for me at the surprise party had, of course, Godzilla all over it, which was great. Oh, Martin Luther King. Oh shit. Okay, whoops. I'm an asshole. Let's go through it. Cake as corpse paint. Interesting. Are those cardiac members buried on the cardiac? No, those are supposed to be like victims of the subjects of our songs. Is what that's supposed to be. Because we had a lot of gory lyrics. You know how it goes. Jason Garcia was that weird guy who deleted everything of his ex-wives. I don't blame you. Um, you know, I'm an archivist. Because for me, like these are not things that I look through all the time. Like physical photo albums and stuff that I have around. Yeah, we'll take them out of there. But like if I have them digitally, people ask questions. You know. Yeah, you're still in your 20s, Bjorn. It's okay. I was married and divorced twice by my 30th birthday. Don't recommend it, man. Get married, but get married when you're sure. And even though I thought I was sure both times, was not ready. I've discussed a third marriage more than once. Um, hasn't if it's going to happen, it'll be a while. I honestly don't know. Certainly am lucky to be surrounded by a lot of love, and but because of that, it's like, well, I don't need that. I don't need that at this point. Better for me personally to build a life where I'm happy. I have a lot of folks in my life that love me and spend time with them and everything. And if I can maintain that, I don't see the problem personally. Jason Garcia with an interesting viewpoint. Freedom is someone I used to know, and damn, Jim, you and I are more alike than I thought. I'm also married twice before I was 30. There you go, man. Maybe it's a metal thing. Maybe it's a metal thing. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Uh, but you got to figure that for in my 30s and into my 40s, I spent longer with one person than I did both of my marriages combined. Um, so it's you know, and Ben Stiller, it's like I'm 46, never been married. It'd be a lot worse if you had. Fair enough. You know, and it goes back to something someone was saying earlier, where you if you're going to be with somebody, quote forever unquote, needs to be someone who accepts you for you. I think too many relationships, there's that one thing. If they would just this, and if that's inherently who they are, you know, you can't change a person. Like they have to be right or not. It's a whole thing. Keith says, I really miss my ex wife, but hopefully my aim will get better. Keep at it, mate. You'll get her. Don't worry, I'll delete the stream. It's not shit choices at a young age. You're right. I think it's a big part of it. Definitely a big part of it because it's certainly not an exclusive metal thing to get married young. That's for sure. That's for sure. But trying to think. So we covered cardiac stuff, and then I moved to Iowa. Uh, my birthdays in Iowa, by and large, were low key affairs, but were pretty good. And then I got into streaming, so like streaming on my birthday kind of became the tradition. So it's something I haven't, had a chance to do for a while, just because streaming in general was inaccessible. This year, or not this year, but I don't think I streamed for my birthday last year. Definitely didn't stream for my birthday in 2020. 2019, I did, but that was that year that it got forgotten. It was weird. It was a weird feeling to say the least. Um, yeah, Jim Dargo's like, get a dog, more loyal, easy to train. I mean, that's debatable. You're not completely wrong. I'm more of a cat guy anyway. You don't have to train them. You just get the right cat. So on my phone, I have locally stored music on here, and it pulls album covers from the internet. I'm listening to a Guns N' Roses tune, and for whatever reason, it's pulled the Japanese import version of the cover. Like, I don't have the Japanese import version of the song. There's no meta tags. I don't get it myself. That's it's a little weird to me. We'll just skip past that. Blame the training. Johnny Sorensen says, if only my ex didn't poop the bed and talk about me in court, I could get back to being a South pirate. That's a whole thing I'm not going to get into. Like, that's just like, hey, Jason, I worked for Apple as a tech for 2 years. There's no amount of shit you can shovel in my face to make me think that Apple is better than Android. Period. Like, them's fighting words, bro. And to be honest, I know why it did it. It does it because I insist on it downloading HD album covers and it takes the first and the best bit rate it can. I can change it and it'll permanently change it for the entire album. I just don't listen to Guns N' Roses enough to care. I just thought it was an interesting anecdote, Jason. Ah, Jason's like, I love Androids. Never got the Jesus phone. Fair enough. I'm looking to get a new one. I got this one in 2020, and it's really done me well. It's a beautiful phone. Uh, but the new ones are out, and I'm like, well, the specs are good enough. I'm thinking about it. Thinking about it. Keith used to watch his wedding video backwards, so it had a happy ending. What happened at the beginning of your wedding, Keith? Huh? Eh? Come on! Oh man, that's funny. Yeah, I'm starting to feel the beer fill me up, but I do want to finish it before it gets beyond room temperature. He says, I was single. Like, I get the joke, Keith. I get the joke, sir. I really do. Just give me a hard time, mate. Jason wants to upgrade to the new Samsung 22s, but don't have expandable drives. Um, if you want expandable drives, the Motorola stuff still does that, and they're really good. I have the Moto G stylus from 2020, and it's great. The new ones are just as good in terms of like camera quality stuff like that. But for me, for like 400, you get it's unlocked. You get I think it has like 256 gig drive, something like that. So it's a bit bigger than most. Plus, you have expandable up to a terabyte. And having had this version of it for 2 years, pretty solid. Um, but when Samsung announced they were going away from the expandable drive, that's when I jumped ship to LG, and then LG started pissing me off, so I went to Motorola. No worries, Ben. You're all good. It's not hot, Bill. It's not hot. I promise. I gotta go out, fill out paperwork. I hate adult life. I just want toys. I don't blame you at all. I don't blame you. Green Neon Driver over on Twitch says, "Yo, happy birthday." Yo, thank you. Appreciate that. Because I'm using StreamYard, I'm streaming to Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube all at the same time. So even though there's not a lot of folks over there on Twitch, um, there's a lot of us over here on YouTube. So if you want to be in a more active chat, head over to YouTube. It's here. But you're welcome to stick around in Twitch too as well. But thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that, man. I really do. I really do. I had toyed with the idea of firing up Destiny during the stream. I don't think it's going to happen. I'll probably fire it up when I'm off stream. New season started today. I'm curious to take a look at some stuff because they've upgraded things. Yes, 3.0 is out today for. They have the new solar stuff coming out. Yeah, Solar 3.0. I'll be very excited when Arc 3.0 comes out because I hope there's going to be a build where you can make Solar Charge a one-hit kill. Again. Because without that, it's been less fun to play. And now that they've announced Iron Banner, for those of you who don't play Destiny, just get ready for some nerd talk for a second while I talk to my friend Jeff. With them saying Iron Banner is going to be a less often thing, it's like that's the number one reason I come back to play, dude. Like, I'm not into that at all. Now, here's the reason that I wanted to make sure we stayed going. Jim Salzberg was able to show up, and thank you for the super chat. Thank you, bottom of my heart. I appreciate that. Because happy birthday, would definitely want you to play Destiny. Appreciate that. And that's the other reason, not light level active. Now, that doesn't bother me as much. Couple of reasons there. I think there's a lot of cheap shit that happens with light level in Iron Banner, and it made less and less sense to have it. I think light level in general is just dumb. I think that's becoming a stupid thing. I think that you just have your base armor level change automatically. It just stays the same, and then your artifact should be your bonus, if anything. And then that only be active in PvE. I think that it's become something that's just not viable in the game at all. In my opinion, I could be totally wrong. I'm not sure what the. I'm not having fun playing when all I'm trying to do is grind up and up and up and up, despite my name. Okay. No, Jim, you're good. I started much earlier than I expected to, because that client at the last second for them, because they were going to bed when they sent us an email this morning saying we got to cancel tonight, and I was like, oh darn, it's my birthday, and I decided that I wanted to. To start early so that anyone who was across the pond that wanted to participate could, but stay late enough so that you could show up. That was the entire goal. So you're here now, so I'm happy. You're right. They have been turning the artifact off for IBN trials. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't claim to have the answer. It's just, it's not, it doesn't have the same, it doesn't feel the same. And I'm not a fan of change, too much change. And there's been a lot of change lately. Honestly, I think what it boils down to, Jeff, is that I think that they're beta testing the next phase of Destiny after the Light and Darkness saga is done, and they iterate on Destiny again for like a Destiny 3. I think they're testing what works and what doesn't, so that when they go in, they're going to have like they're going to fix all of the shit they got from Destiny 2 in terms of like making sure it's a understandable continuation of where we were at the end of Destiny 2 in terms of like mechanics for the most part, despite it being different. And I'm pulling this out of my ass. I don't know that for sure, dude. I really don't. Keith Knight asks if I still have a drum set. Yes, I do. I have the same drum set that I recorded all the cardiac records with and played most of the shows with. It's in storage down in south of Houston. And when I buy a house and get that stuff up here, I plan to set it up, and I do plan to play on streams. Yes, I very much have a drum set. It is not. What is it about the appearance of the beer that makes you think you can tell what temperature it is, Bill? I think you're giving yourself undue stress here. It's still cool. It's still cold. It's 61 degrees in my room right now, and it's cooler than that. It's plenty cold. Don't worry, Bill. Promise you, sir. I'm glad you caught it too, Jason. Going to Dairy Queen, Ted. All right, man. Let's get you some ice cream. I mean, yeah, hot bush. I don't know what you want me to do with that. Ooh, excuse me. Ted says get rid of the bed and just move the drums in. No. Number one, no. Number two, no. Number three, no. Because behind my wall is the hallway. Because they have an exterior like back door into the front office, and that wall is that hall. So I can't make any weird noises during the day at all. So that's the whole thing. I think bush beer gives everyone the trots. That's just the nature. Yeah, Jeff, it is a big ass glass. This holds 50 ounces of beer. This was a birthday present from some friends that threw me a surprise party a couple weeks ago. Will, you got me. Jim likes hot bush. There's nothing wrong with that. Fair enough. Jason Garcia says no condensation, so it looks warm. So, for those of you that were here at the beginning of the stream, was there any condensation on the beer when I poured it in? There was not. Not that I remember. That's a man's glass. It's true. It's at least one man's glass. I know what you mean. It's pretty good. And that surprise party was so thoughtful, and they put a lot of work into it and put a lot of love into it. And so drinking out of this reminds me of that. So I know it's kind of cheesy, and I will switch to an insulated glass after this. You whiny fucking babies. You happy now? I gotta watch this. Beer and a half, so like 18 ounces. Yeah, that's 50 ounces. But a big cup's a big cup. Yeah, James. I have a Stein. It's much thicker glass, and it was a prototype for the Game Chasers. They were going to sell beer steins on their website and decided not to. And it's big Stein, and you hold it like a pitcher, basically. And I always think about that scene from Incredible Hulk Returns, I think it's called, because it doesn't. The title doesn't allude to Thor being in it. That was so much fun. That movie. I love that. I have it on my hard drive. Ben says, "Be great to see you play drums on a stream." Yeah, sure. Well, the soundproof studio for our garage 2020. Then the band split never used it. 2020 keeps giving. No, I hear you. And it's something where like, um, in my uh, what I want to do with the house would be to. I don't know if it's going to be the garage or just a smaller, like a big smaller room. 'Cause I don't know. Cause I don't have any plans to like be in a band again in the traditional sense where you have local guys come over and rehearse. I want to set up a room to play drums for myself and then also stream from that room, you know. Um, Soundproofing is something I want to do. Although I don't plan on living with anyone, if someone's over and I happen to want to play drums, I don't want to like knock them out of the house and I don't want to screw up any neighbors either. So it's something I want to do. Carl, being the reasonable one, says, I could care less if your beer's ice cold or piss warm makes you feel any better. I appreciate that. See that this is why we're friends, man. That's why we're friends. Like you get it. Ooh, Keith's drinking some Abbott's Ale. I'm going because I was just drinking Bush, which is a 4.1, 4.3. Like not very much. It's a low ABV. I'm switching to a 6, boys. Switching to a 6. Newcastle's drinking Guinness Foreign Stout 8%. Nice. And there was a comment that you had earlier, Newcastle, that for whatever reason got YouTube fucked it, and I can't show it in StreamYard, but I can read it. Shit, it's your birthday? Happy birthday! Drink a mega pint like Johnny Depp. I did just drink this 50 ounces, like 3 fucking pints. I did drink that. Chug, chug, chug. Yes, indeed. Well, yes and no. Jim's new band is called Hot Bush. Phil's album Majestic Tiger. No, no. I appreciate you, but no. Fuck. Majestic Tiger. Majestic these nuts. That's what I have to say about that shit. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and just walk. I'm gonna walk away, and I'm gonna rinse out this glass. Grab my insulated one, so all you people with the problems with the beer can shush. And I'll grab some beer. I'll be right back because fuck it, let's drink. I showed that on a client meeting one day and didn't realize it. They're like, Jim, what's that sticker say on your thing? I'm like, nothing. Turned it around. I was like, oh, shouldn't show that. I'd buy that for $1. Okay, yeah, I got you, Jim. All right, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. When I come back, I'll sit in my chair, read. Boy, oh boy. Mwah. Love this guy. I love this guy too. I love this so much. I was showing that pictures of that around to everybody. They were like, "Oh my god, Jim got me this thing!" People that aren't even in the toys were impressed. Not only did I rinse it out, wiped it like a good barmaid, put it down. It'll be nice and clean for next time. Ben's going to send me some pictures. The full floating sealed room within a room, yet unused. Yeah, you can send me some pictures. It's cool. Quick, let's all put Planet of the Apes costumes on. You maniacs! Will McLaughlin, hit that like button if you enjoy the sounds of Jim getting beer. I mean, I'd put the BRB screen on, but there'd be no music. It's like, what's the point of watching a dancing Godzilla with no sound? You know? This being an informal gathering. Ooh. Mm. Well, party foul. It's okay. I have 2 of these shirts. Literally, I have 2 of these. My favorite phobia shirt. So, after the first one went tits up, I always buy them in 2s because I never know when he's going to lose the license to make these. I love beer. It makes me a jolly good fellow. Johnny Sorensen says, bought a big white soup mug. Drink out of that. There you go. Low center of gravity. Like the big. Yeah, I can't drink beer out of ceramic, though. That's the problem. Or if you're in the UK or Europe, enamel. Can't do it. Jim, whiskey's too rough. Champagne costs too much. Well, whiskey's not too rough. I have a lot of whiskey, actually. And technically, it'd probably be better to drink that if I'm having a sedate night. But when it's your birthday and you're going for volume, beer is where it's at. Unfortunately, if I drink, and Largo can attest to this, if I want to, I can drink whiskey in volume as well. But you can't understand me after about 6 of them. Ben says, "What if you played music on your phone on the side table? There's a party tonight." The reason I won't do that is because I've had friends that do that on their streams, and it annoys the living piss out of me. 2, it's a copyright strike thing. I would love for you guys to hear music, but it's not feasible with StreamYard. It just isn't. If we were streaming, if there was a way to set up StreamYard to take an RMTP feed, it would be simple as shit. And I've asked them for that. They will not give it because you have to use their browser. And yeah, those of you that have watched me on Twitch before, like, I can do anything I want in a Twitch stream. And if I was streaming directly to YouTube, I could totally do it. It'd be no problem. But with what I'm trying to do here, doesn't quite work. It's a madhouse! A madhouse! Kirk says, right now, at Target, they have a Battlescar Battlecat. Target? I thought that was a Walmart exclusive for some reason. I must get them confused. Yeah, $24.99 from $49.99. That's a good price. And even if all you want out of that Battlefield Warriors set is like the little Grayskull piece and maybe the vac metalized He-Man, and you just chuck the Battle Cat, for that price, totally worth it. So you're getting a deluxe figure plus at that price. So snatch it up. Snatch it up. Um, would have happened with the God Chalice. I mean, you're not wrong. Well, it might have actually. No Boilermaker, sir. Bjorn's Walmart finally got rid of some of the Stridors. Good. People bought them up. Do I have flight stands that I like? Short version on that? No, I don't. I don't have any flight stands at all. Like, I don't know how I'm going to display the Batcopter yet. I don't have any flight stands for any of my figures. Um, the only stands I really have are these ones for He-Man. I have like little ones, like little tiny disc ones that I use for superpowers just to make their feet bigger. Um, no, I don't have any flight stands. I've looked at a bunch. I just never got around to buying them. I don't have any. Yes, I know, I know. It's alcohol abuse, and yes, YouTube rules are shitty. I get it. Whiskey before beer, never fear. Beer before whiskey, little risky. I've heard that one before. Champagne can give you nasty headaches. It's the carbonation, the way that it's aggressively uh, carbonated. And so I meant acoustic behind you through the vocal mic. Yeah, I know, I know. Um, and I mean, I could try it. I do have some safe stuff I could play. I'm just enjoying what I'm hearing. Give me a minute. You have the NECA ones. The NECA ones are the ones I've looked at that are pretty good, but they're a little pricey. The Hasbro ones I've looked at, which are relatively inexpensive and sound like they're good. Ted's looking into getting some flight stands as well. There you go. And now I'm caught up with Jack. Amazing. All right, we'll give this a shot, boys. Turn that off. Okay. So now the headphones are off. Now I'm going to turn on some safe music that you probably won't be able to hear right away. We'll give it a try. We'll give it a try. It's worth trying. Ben's like, it's late. I'm drinking. I want to hear music. I don't blame you. I'm the same way in some streams. I'll make sure it's YouTube safe. Yeah, we're good there. We're good there. Make sure it's the right fucking. No. No. Just show me the fucking metal. Like, why is this gotta be this fucking big? You gonna play something? Oh, that would be why. All right. I don't know how well you're gonna be able to hear this, but it's on. And if it's too loud, let me know. There we go. Sorry. Exactly. Let's see if it passes the Paula test, right? It says you can even go to the trouble of buying music rights on YouTube is still messing. That's actually happened to me with stuff. You got to be really crazy with it. It's a weird position to be in, and I don't like fucking with it myself. Okay, you don't hear it. Okay, which is it's a shotgun mic. What are you gonna do? Jim says, "Oh yeah, I know I took them out of the box for the review, but those are specific to those figures, and I won't use them for other figures." But you're right; those stands are gonna get fucking used to hell and back when I have better display or when I revamp this. Because what's eventually gonna happen is because I'm using um, that table to display like my most recent gets. I might just make it so that third shelf is where I store things that are going to be used after they've been shown off on the show. But the top two shelves will just have figures on them. I think I'm going to do that moving forward. Just haven't gotten there yet. Will says, I made a video and never published it. It had some royalty free music YouTube suggested. A year later, got a copyright notice about it. Yeah, because those things will expire. Exactly, Jeff. Shotgun Mike. WWE gig making a video of wrestling figures. Oh yeah, I bet. I bet. WWE is really weird. If Skeletroy is still in chat, he can tell you. We were doing a live commentary for WrestleMania. And we were showing the video really tiny on the screen with no audio. We were really big on the screen. We were talking. Took us down in it took him like 2 hours to get to us because I was just starting out on Twitch and um, we had like some crazy like 3,000 viewers or something because we weren't very smart about it. But it was a good time. I wish it was something you could do legally. We tried it without the video, and no one cared. No one didn't. No one wanted to have the accompaniment or whatever. I'm not gonna sing for you. I'm not gonna sing. I'll give you a growl. There you go. Now you got me singing. Now happy? I mean, there is a Twitch Sings app, but I can't do it on all three. If you don't want that. Even when I did it, and if Jeff is still here, he can tell you it was a little weird. There's karaoke games and stuff you can do, but no, it's my birthday. Do what I want. I want to sing for you tonight. Not that kind of dancing monkey, gentlemen and ladies. You're watching Fringe, Jim. I've never seen that. You're saying the show still holds up. I just binged the last couple seasons of House a couple weeks ago and loved it. And then the whole last week I binged all of Trailer Park Boys. I'd never seen it before. And I loved it. So, it's a good show. Kentucky Rain by Elvis. Okay. Liked it back in the day. The House. Sure. I did too. I got into it and then got out of it and then decided, I was like, all right, well, the show's over now. I can watch it. And it had a satisfying ending for all things considered. So, oh, look, the song has auto tune. Ruined a good song. I was just brain farting ideas. I'm not the tech police. Oh well, thank you. Yeah, I've got a pretty good growl range, if I do say so myself. Troy is here. Great. Says that WrestleMania stream was a fun time. Gotta love the viewers yelling at us to make the video full screen, which was killed the stream faster than they did. Yeah, we were just pups back then, weren't we? That was 2014, wasn't it? 2014 we did that. So 8 years ago, and I didn't know how to emotionally process trolls at the time. I was angry, and I was drinking Miller Lite, which made it way better, I might add. Um, Troy, you still have a bunch of toys, don't you? Because you used to use those in your advertainment stuff, didn't you? As I recall, you used a lot of those back in the day. Yeah! I'm so angry! My hair's all flat from being under a hat all day. What can you do? I really need to get my undershave done before Retropalooza, but I just don't have the time to get it done. Sucks. I got too much stuff to do. So the thing is, though, it'll make me more recognizable because in the movie I have like this is like the length it is throughout the movie on the sides anyway. So you still have a bunch of toys and you're organizing them. I mean, dude, tell me about it. Like, and you've heard me say this. I got all these tubs in here, and I got all those there, and I got the ones in storage and everything else. So much stuff. You and your brother do a dancing duet with a set of twins. That's awesome, dude. That's awesome. Good memories are good, man. I'm glad that we brought them up. Um, trying to think, are there any birthdays that really stand out that I can talk about? There is one birthday in Iowa that was of particular note. My girlfriend at the time made me a cheesecake, uh, and I know that that's like not huge, but there are aspects to that cheesecake being made and circumstances surrounding that. And I can't eat a cheesecake without thinking of that particular birthday. I'll say that much. Oh my, oh my. Mm-hmm. Oh, this is all fucked up. Hang on, I'll fix that. So it's at least so if I want to do it, I can do it right. But yes, yeah, most of our collections, I think, are in tubs, unfortunately, or are not all out, as it were. These stands that I got for the Motu Origins is great. Bill's being, I was like, don't make your face that big. It's too big. All in storage. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's there's so it's like having that discussion with Ian yesterday on the stream. It really made me appreciate like what it's going to feel like to have everything out on display again. My CDs, my vinyl, my movies, video games, and for the first time ever, my toys. It's going to be. I can't decide if I want it down or I want it back. I just feel like I go to all this trouble to grow the hair, and I just never have it down. So might as well, right? Um, but it's something where I remember, you know, getting a place. The last place I lived in Iowa, I had everything out. for the first time. I didn't have a toy collection at the time, but I had all the CDs out, and all the vinyl was out, the movies were out, the games were out, and it felt amazing to just be able to walk into the room and pick something off the shelf and enjoy it. And I'm very, very much looking forward to the day when I can do that again, and this time with toys as well. So, and I do see that the stream signal's going a little wonky. I'm going to get a little blurry, but we're probably not going to drop out or anything. So if you see it starting to go pixelated, it's not you, it's me. Audio is probably still fine, so nothing to worry about. But I have a feeling that there's a lot of storms here tonight, so that's probably a big part of it, and that's one of the caveats of having what's essentially a mobile connection, a cellular connection, I should say. I'm melting. Ah! Collecting gray hairs in the beard. I mean, yeah, yeah. When I watch footage of the movie or anything around that time, it's mildly depressing because it was prior to COVID, and I had this bright red hair in my beard. And in the last 2 years, this just, it's a thing now. Fringe is on Freevee TV, which was IMDb, which you can get through like Fire TV or on Amazon. It's good. Jim Largo's like, "Are you blurry or am I? I need more beer to see clearly." I think Jim's drinking like it's his birthday, which I fully support. And I, I've been keeping that blanket folded up on the foot of the bed, and I've been using it like if I get cold. But the last 2 nights I slept with it, and fully sweated it out because those are good nights. Like for me, like if I have a deep sleep and my body like metabolism goes up, I sweat generally. But a little bit more of a heavy blanket, I can sweat out all kinds of crap. Which of course means I have to change my sheet soon, which is fine. I have two more brand new sets, and I have to wash clothes anyway. That's something I think I want to do right before I go to Retropalooza. Is change the sheets out so when I come home, it's clean sheets and everything. I know it sounds weird, right? Jim Salzberg still sleeps with 3 army wool blankets around year round. 5 in the yeah 5 in the winter. Yeah, one thing I thought about getting for a while was one of those weighted blankets. Because they're designed, just to have that nice heavy feeling, which I like. Which is really what it comes down to. I don't think it's necessarily about the warmth nearly as much as it's about the weight. And having like a heavier blanket on is more comfortable. They're so fucking expensive. It's just easier to put multiple blankets on and just suffer with it. Jason Garcia says, look into Tamashi Nation's flight stands. There's a knockoff version, almost equal quality, pretty cheap. Right, and I'm aware of that, but the question is which knockoffs? Like that's the problem I run into. Like I don't know which knockoffs are good, which knockoffs are bad. You know what I mean? Okay, so Jim's in the reverse. Jim Salzberg says it's about the warmth, dislike the weight. Well, if that's the case, why not just use an electric blanket? Like, and I'm not trying to fuck with you, but if it's if it's the warmth, I think that would be, it would work better. Maybe I don't know. Will says I haven't slept with a blanket in years because I live in hell and it's always hot and humid here. Yeah, I get that too, but I am Paranoid about fire. It's a good reason. It's a good reason. Will misses blankets. And the alternative is to have the AC super high so you can justify the blanket, but then how much money are you paying per year to keep your place cool so you can have a blanket at night? But at that point, it would make sense to get a weighted blanket so you could have like a thin blanket that has the weight on it, so you have that feeling. I don't. I'm just spitballing, brother. I'm just spitballing. Bjorn does not sleep with a pillow, and perhaps this is why he cannot be killed by conventional weaponry. Heavy blanket, 2 fans with air conditioner. Will's been cursed to never have good AC. Really? I'm presuming, and I don't mean to get into personal territory, but I'm presuming you rent, because that's a pain in the dick. Bill Wifta says, "I must sleep under air conditioning even in wintertime." Same, same. I keep my house room, whatever, the same temperature year round. I gotta stay right where I like to be, and I like it to be a little bit on the cool side. Jim Lago says, "My wife's chubby, never need a blankie." I mean, being chubby, I understand, but I'm used to my own thing. Johnny Sorensen. I need a brandy glass full of M&Ms on my birthday. Brown M&Ms, or else I'm not going to go on stage that night. We go to this bloody sweet shop on the edge of town. We get there, the sweet shop, and it's guarded by this bloody big Bengal tiger. The tiger was no problem at all, but the shop owner and his son were a different story altogether. Had to beat them to death with their own shoes. Ugly business, really, but needless to say, we got the M&Ms, and Ozzy went on that night and put on a great show. And so he says, "Excuse my mouth, but Americans are nuts. AC and electric blankets. Hey, man, we live to excess, mate. We live to excess. Okay? Now, I wouldn't necessarily do an electric blanket with AC. I wouldn't do that. But most of the electric blankets that I've had over the years, they're like a flannel, like they're heavier. So they would still be warm even if I didn't turn them on. Who's that old lady? I was actually quoting Wayne's World 2. I was quoting Wayne's World 2, the roadie from that film, which I love that movie more than any mortal person should. It's a great movie. Great movie. The sweet shop on the edge of town. They first meet him, he's hanging upside down, and they're all like, "Ah! Ah!" like screaming at each other. He says, "Sleeping like this, I had 10 years to your life, mate. Learned it from Keith Richards as torn with the Stones. Perhaps this is why Keith cannot be killed by conventional weaponry." Like, like that's little things like that I really enjoyed. Everyone thinks this says brutal. It just says bruh. Bruh. And some of you know this, some of you don't. But most of the stickers that are on this, I have the exact same stickers on multiple koozies by this company, which is called Brewmate or Brumate, depending on how you pronounce it with the umlauts. Um, these things keep beer colder than anything I've ever had in my life, and they're rubberized, so they're easy to keep clean. They're nice to the touch. They're spill proof if you use the caps, which I don't most of the time, but they're nice. And they have them for like every different size can and bottle out there. They have them for wine. They have them for tumblers. Pretty good company. Company. the birthday wishes continue to roll in. Yeah, the Beer Yeti. It's similar to that. Like I have this Yeti knockoff. And I originally bought this with the specific intent, the one I have before this, which I still have. The specific intent behind it was to keep beer cold out of my kegerator while I was playing VR because I would have a straw so I could still drink, all that. But I ended up using that, deciding that was a water thing, and then had insulated thing for the coffee. And when I moved in here, because I was still using cans and bottles, which guys, I hate bottles and cans to death. I can't wait to get my kegerator back so I can just have less waste. So having these insulated things was really important to me, and it was just the whole thing. Um, he's like, "Sure, I'll take your word for it." Well, like if I blow in here air, it's chilly coming up. Just saying. But seriously, if you're serious about keeping beer cold, this is a perfect pint glass, but it's insulated. If I drink out of any of my many beer glasses that are not so insulated, I tend to really, I just drink faster out of them. Okay, didn't spill it that time, so you can see this is just the can koozie, and it's pretty much the same, you know. Um, I'm a sucker for olive drab green. For those of you that didn't ask but are curious, this is Bud Ice. First time I ever had this, I had the worst headache of my life, worst hangover I'd ever have. I guarantee you the formula's different now. Love how Wayne's World 2 used Ralph Brown as pretty much the same character from With the Eye. There you go. Exactly. Uh, very underutilized actor, I must say. Can't spell tonight, boys. What? That's a good question. What makes it ice? It's ice brewed. So the way that it infuses the alcohol into the beer is through an ice cold, like a freezing thing. So basically, you get more alcohol out of the process, which is why it's a stronger beer. And because you can do it faster, it's cheaper for them. So you can get a 6 pack of pints for 6, 7, $8. It was not a reference to that, but it was close because the same actor was in that thing. So, wife says it's probably the same. You just got used to it. I I would agree with that, except that I didn't drink it again. So I drank it once in like '98. Didn't touch it again until 2016. And I know Mountain Dew doesn't taste the fucking same from '98 to 2016. So there you go. James says lower water to alcohol content. Exactly, because it's frozen, right? Um, Jeff is going to play hockey. He's a ref in the hockey league. Actually, he's a cool guy. And thank you, brother. It's good to see you, man. It really is. Just he was like, "Hiya, folks. Glad I didn't miss anything." I mean, you did, but you didn't. Like, we're still here. I'm still coherent. We're having a good time. You missed some super chats. You missed a couple jokes, but I'm glad you're here, brother. Really glad you're here. Thank you. Live right now, actually. Rez! Thank you, Rez. Now, Bill Wifta thinks he's joking, but he's probably not far off. Says, so after you became a lush, I see. You're not wrong, dude. You're not wrong at all. Um, in as much as, yeah, I drank a lot more at that time. So that's a fact. Did your box arrive in time? I believe that it did, but I haven't been to the UPS store yet. So, and here's the way I look at it. It's my birthday until I say it's not. And as far as I'm concerned, it's my birthday until 5 p.m. next Tuesday. Okay. So I'm going to get the boxes. Anything that's there. So anything that you guys saw the last time I showed new toys that's arrived since, I haven't picked it up yet. So your birthday present, Carl's birthday present, they're there. And I'm going, because I don't want to sit on those boxes, I'm going to film those unboxings. I just don't have the time to stream them with me going to Retropalooza this weekend. I don't want to muddy the waters too much. Unless you guys ask me to specifically unbox them on Monday's show, which I am going to have a Monday show because I'll be back Sunday night from Retropalooza. So I was flirting with the idea of not having a show next week, but now I can. So if you want me to, I'll just wait and unbox those next Monday on the show. If you want me to. If you're like, I don't care, I'll film it. It just depends. Birthday week. Rez. Keith, I'm impressed you're still sticking with us, mate. I really am impressed with that. I know how late it is for you. Jim has a good point. Having unboxing vids to drop help keep the algorithm up. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, man. Muddy Waters, Good Blues. That's also fair. Mm, 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 mm. Okay. This isn't too bad for like royalty free music. And Facebook's telling me so like a long time ago, like a really long time ago, I stopped allowing people to just post on my timeline, and my birthday was part of it. I think it was something that happened in like 2016 or so. It wasn't because I didn't want to hear from people. It was because I wanted to have a little bit more control over like this long flow of shit. So the tradition became me to post about my own fucking birthday, right? And then let people comment on that because that just ended up being the trend. I did that today, and some other people have commented on there. And for those of you that follow me on social media, it's the same everywhere: Instagram, Facebook page, personal Facebook, and Twitter. It's all the same. And I want to share that with you as soon as I react to these very kind messages here. And what I said, for those that don't follow me on social media, this year for my birthday, I want you to tell someone that you love them Tell whoever you think needs to hear it the most, even if that means looking in the mirror when you say it. Be there for yourselves and for each other, but I also really want you to tell Nazis to fuck off. And then I posted a capture of my favorite version of that song, Nazi Punks Fuck Off, from Napalm Death, which I will not, do the thing. Jason says, hope I can make it to Weekend of Retropalooza maybe Sunday. Okay, because I'll be there Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, but we'll be leaving at like 3 or 4 on Sunday. So, like, before the thing officially ends, but pretty good. I saw someone in the Twitch chat here. Okay, Dr. Junior McBurger. Hey! Roddy fam. Dude, good to see you. I'm streaming to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter all at the same time. So you're not alone. You're just not seeing everything. If you want the link to the YouTube stream instead, so you can be like in a more active chat, no problem. I can help you out. But I'm glad you're here, man. Roddy fan represent. I played. I shared one of the YouTube videos that I shared to the forum with someone just a couple days ago, and it was a Derek Roddy forum exclusive because people were asking me about the album at the time, and I got a chuckle out of it because I'm like, Derek Roddy forum exclusive. Like, we took that forum very seriously. Pretty funny to me. Carl's like, Keith's fine. He naps with the cats during the day. Like, I don't blame him. And he's like, you're not wrong. You're barely on the social medias you participate in, Jim. Like, you're barely, which is fine. 50 cal drummer. So for those of you who don't know, when I was very active in the drumming scene, like my nickname, a lot of drummers of my generation that played in bands, we had like these nicknames like Pete the Feet and Tim the Missile. 50 caliber was mine because my blast beats sound like a 50 caliber automatic machine gun. That was my thing. And it got a little out of hand for a while there, but people enjoyed it, and it was cool. And the drumming community was a lot of fun. Now I kind of tip my hat and bow to guys like Samus, who's really pushing the genre forward in terms of his abilities and shit. And um, you know, but thank you, Dr. Junior McBurger. I appreciate you very much for being here. Seriously, that's a big smile on my face. Sarah's here. Happy day of escape. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, it says I still enjoy it. Thank you, man. Thank you. Jim Largo with the hard question. Any progress with the That Rules reunion? It's that ruled, technically. No, I'm so fucking busy, especially with early this year, and you know that. The actual anniversary of the channel of the property is June 9th. But that was just me. So I'm like thinking, do we do something over the summer? And do something like that. I have to gather those folks together and have a discussion privately about what they would want to do. Uh, so no progress, but it's something where I very much want to do beyond just a live stream like we've done in the past. Skeletor's like, reunion? I'm already here. Out here. You're right, man. You've always been around. And I know that. I appreciate that. And it's like, Nazi punks fuck off. Excellent. Bought that shirt at Gig 94. Used to cover it somewhere between the DK and ND versions. Yeah, I think the intro that they did for it was great. It was a nice way to, ramp it up. It's good stuff. Dr. Junior McBurger pulling some trailer park with, Jesus Murphy, those figures back there. That is the tiniest sliver of my collection, man. So what's back there is a boxed Motu Origins Grayskull, a few figures on card because I just haven't gotten around to reviewing them. Second shelf is a couple of the Mafex, Hush figures, a bunch of Marvel Legends. Shelf below that's got a couple Jurassic World Amber Collection Velociraptors, along with Action Force, GI Joe Classified, stuff like that. And again, just the stuff that's not unboxed, because the vast majority of my collection is loose in bags in a large stack of bins, plastic storage bins. I'm in such a small space these days. And I have more in storage. So I keep some packages, some not. Some not. I'm not a mint on card collector per se. Getting close to Bill's bedtime. Dude, you've been hanging in for almost 3 hours, man. You're good, brother. Like, you've earned your cred. Been collecting AEW like mad. There you go. Everyone's got their thing. Like, I'm big into Motu Origins. I'm doing retail complete with that. I pick and choose with G.I. Joe Classifieds. I pick and choose with Action Force, although I like the vast majority of stuff. I pick and choose with like Star Wars Vintage Collection stuff. Okay. Got a few Diamond Selects here and there. I'm retail complete on Diamond Select Muppets at this point. I'm waiting on one package. I'm just looking. My vintage stuff, it's mainly like the first two series of Superpowers and like random stuff otherwise. Bjorn does cherry pick everything, that's for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, has not felt like 3 hours to me either. Dr. Junior McGregor says, got to hit a store in Longwood, Florida last week called Acme Comics and Collectibles. I've heard of that one. We have a store up here that's really, really cool called Dallas Vintage Toys. Really eclectic store, good prices, good people. And I've only been there once. I need to go there more often, that's for sure. From Salzburg, repping near Zoic, great online store. Has a nice wrestling section, and he has Zemo from Walgreens. He does have Zemo from Walgreens. He does. Bill's like, good night, glad it's on your birthday. Good night. Hey, get some sleep. Thank you for being here. It really is special to me, each and every one of you that are here. Staggering? What are you staggering about? You staggering drunk? What's going on? What I missed? What's going on? Oh wow, you having one of those nights? Cheers, man. It's my birthday and you're drunker than I am. Have I ever been to Toy Base 10? No. But Melvor and the boys from the Game Chasers have. And other friends of mine have as well. So I'm like, I want to go. Like, I really want to go. I just haven't yet. And it's not that far from me. But I would want to, like, take the trip with someone else locally so they could film, so I can make an episode out of it. But yeah, I need to go there, if just for the haggling experience alone. 45 feels a lot like 44, boys. Just making sure I haven't missed anything important. Jesse was like, remember that time at Jim's birthday when everyone clicked the like button? No? Then put down the beer and make a memory you'll remember forever. Just look at Jesse. It's awesome. Have I checked out the Cali Death podcast? So I've heard of it. I haven't checked it out yet. I used to listen to podcasts all the time. But I kind of put the podcasts down and I've been like catching up on like visual media, like TV shows I never got around to watching. I'll probably come back to podcasts here in a bit, but I will probably get back to that for sure. It's the Odious Mortem boys nerding out? You know I know the Odious Mortem boys. Like, all right. Yeah, I probably have to listen to that now. So, for those that aren't in the know, Odious Mortem was a band that was on the same level as Cardiac. We used to play a lot of shows together. Great fucking band. Question for everyone. Do they have any Hydra Stompers on clearance at Walmart? If they're on clearance anywhere, snatch them up. Full stop. Because I know he wants the troop build with them, and if they're on clearance, I kind of want one. They had Roddy and Callias on, and that's the thing. Like you remember people that are good to you, and you'll always do the favors. Like I've had like Matt Harvey on this show, and he and I are like we're friends, but I'm just a little tiny show. Like, what's he gonna do? Goji says 45 to 49 Pro pretty much follow the same. 50s where it all goes to shit. Well, thanks. That means I have a few years to make the status quo a little bit better. Ben says, an honor to share your birthday with you. You're winding down the stream. My last question would be, what are your hopes up for this time next year? Lame. It's not a lame question at all. I'm not winding down just yet. I want to have at least 2 more beers. I want you guys to at least have me buzzed. And I realize you're like, wait a minute. This motherfucker has had almost 90 ounces of beer and he's fully coherent. I don't know. But I want to be on for a little bit, especially with people that are arriving late. So, I think we're going to have a changing of the guard here. So that's the whole thing. So what are my hopes for this time next year? Honestly, my hopes for this time next year will be that I will have been moved into my house. I've bought a house and moved in. That's the big one. I think just about everything else in my life, I would more or less like to stay the same because I'm very happy, honestly. But I think the biggest hope for this time next year would be to have bought a house and be moved in and be comfortable. And that everything else would grow naturally within the confines of that idea, right? But that's the big one. That's the big hope. Yeah. Beyond that, I'm pretty happy. And that's the only thing I'm really I have to really complain about is not having a house. But I have shelter that I'm very happy with at the place, so I'm not complaining. I would just be happier, I think, in a house. Johnny Torres says, I don't sleep a lot, so I lie awake staring at the existential abyss at night, listen to many podcasts, including the CU. There you go. There you go. Hope there are more figs years in next year. Oh yeah, that's something I don't think that I can. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Jesse's got a much better view than I do. He says, my hope for next year, the world take a chill. Correct. And Skeletroy, I've known this man for 10 years. He says, 90 ounces incoherent. That's the Jim I remember. Thank you. Yeah, there were a couple years where it got a little rough. Let's be honest. But I'm, granted, 180 ounces. And then there's, podcasts that was, I'm going to get a pack of cigarettes. You guys talk amongst yourselves. I still have that recording somewhere, too. So the story goes that we were doing a podcast, and we had a podcast that was called the classiest fucking podcast ever. And the rule that we made is that at least one member of the podcast had to be drunk and initiate the podcast for it to be an episode of that show. When it was my turn, which was frankly more often than not, I got really wasted and decided I needed a pack of cigarettes. And I left the podcast recording with everyone else talking, and I walked a half a mile in each direction to get cigarettes, came back, and finished the show. And we ended up cutting that up into several episodes. We had one episode where it was like, I'm leaving to get cigarettes, and then the rest of the episode was that, and then until I got back. And the next episode was when I got back. We had the whole thing. It was fun times back when podcasts were dangerous. You know. Jesse Hughes says, I don't drink and I'm 36. And I wonder how many ounces it would take to make me silly drunk. How many ounces will destroy me? Too afraid to find out. I mean, if it's not something that you do normally, like that's not a question you should have to answer. You either enjoy drinking or you don't, right? Um, if it's something where you want to experiment in a safe environment, I would recommend being around people that you trust and just having a good time. It's like any other drug. If you want to experiment, that's totally okay. Just do it in a safe environment, and that's cool. Well, same token, if you don't like drinking, don't drink. It's fine. You know. And then you got guys like Scott Ian from Anthrax who never drank at all until he met Lemmy from Motorhead, and then he started drinking a little bit, and then they toured with Pantera, and then Dimebag kind of took him under his wing and taught him how to drink. So it's all about what you want. Like if you want to drink and you're just scared to do it, there's ways to make it happen. But if you don't drink and you're fine, don't drink. That's okay. Bjorn's never been drunk. That's a flag of honor. Like there's nothing wrong with that. Dr. Julian McGregor says Anthrax was your first concert. What year was that though? Because Anthrax is a good fucking show. Like I love Anthrax to death. Charlie Benante is a huge influence on my style of playing drums. And if you can't tell, he is huge influence. Searching for Sense in the Senseless. The Senseless is an amazing band, and who does the opening theme to the show. Sound of White Noise tour. Excellent. Okay. All right. Good stuff. 1993, you were 10. That's a hell of a show at the age of 10. Jim Largo says, I don't have a drinking problem. My liver has an alcohol tolerance problem. We're not on speaking terms. I will drink to that, Mr. Largo. Oh, shit. Fight open for Anthrax. That was Rob Halford from Judas Priest, like groove metal band. And it wasn't great. Like the band was good, but his vocals weren't like he needed to have more time to develop his vocal style for that kind of music, right? It was a cool experiment. I'm glad to own the debut album, but it wasn't. We weren't quite ready as a scene for that. So it kind of sucks that he didn't get to explore that further. Nailed to the gun, into the pit, into the pit, into the pit. Yeah, it's a fun album for sure. Had Scott Travis on drums, rocking the then new Iron Cobras, right? Great album. But again, at that time, I was well into high school. I was a junior in high school, a little older than you. And I loved that record for what it was. But by that point, I'm like really deep into death metal and grindcore culture. And when you put Fight's debut album next to like Blessed Are the Sick or Covenant or even Napalm Death, Fear, Emptiness, Despair or Sinister, it just doesn't hold up. And he's like, oh, it was bad. And like, there you go. Ben Stutley repping the Tama Iron Cobra. I always wanted those pedals, but I ended up getting DW5000s, and I love them. Played those religiously until I got Axis A longboards. Still endorsed by them, actually. because I mentioned them on Twitter like last year or something. They're like, dude, you should give us a call if you're still playing. I'm like, okay. It was very sweet of them. Like that was one of the things. Like I would call companies and sell myself to them before we were bigger. And the company stuck with you. Rock and Sock was always good to me. Axis was amazing to me. Ian and Grind Sticks were great to me. I still talk to the dudes from Scorpion Sticks all the time, which I need to talk to them about buying some sticks in bulk, not as like an endorser, but just I need some sticks at a good price. Ozzy Rules' first concert was Operation Rock and Roll Tour 91 when you were 7 years old at World Music Theater in Chicago. Judas Priest, Alice Cooper, Motorhead, Dangerous Toys, and Metal Church. That is a stacked lineup, dude. Dr. Junior McBurger went from Anthrax to Ass Suck in 4 months. Ass Suck's a great fucking band, despite the silly name. Somehow saw Ass Suck play live 3 times. That's awesome. It's awesome. Yeah, if you're a drummer out there, there's a lot of drum pedal companies out there that will tell you all about this and that and the other. Just get you some Axis A longboards. End of story. They're utilitarian, do the job. They were the first direct drive pedals on the market after nylon strap. They're still the best on the market for what they are and for the price now because there's other pedals that are smoother. They're using magnets and all this weird fucking shit, but they're more expensive. You're paying for a name. You're paying to be different. Just get Axis A longboards. You'll be happy. Bjorn's first concert was Seether. Okay. ACD Unlimited has some nice digs for old space pedals these days. Yeah, sure. Um, my first concert ever was either the Beach Boys, Kool and the Gang, or Johnny Cash. One of those three, because over like a 2 or 3 year period, I saw all of those acts multiple times at Busch Gardens in Williamsburg, Virginia. I just don't remember which one was first. I believe it was Beach Boys. I think it was. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure. Then we saw Johnny Cash twice, and we saw Kool and the Gang twice. We saw David Copperfield once, and I went on stage with David Copperfield. Took me as a volunteer, right on the stage, and he made me disappear. It's a fact. Jim Salzberg's first concert was the first whose first retirement tour in '82. Nice. Jesse waited late in life to see a proper concert was Kiss at Cheyenne Frontier Days. Okay. Jason Garcia's first concert was Twisted Christmas in KC, Boy Hits Car, 40 Below Summer, Annie Ant Farm, and many other bands that have 3-word names. Ben Sutley said, first proper gig was Napalm Death, supported by Entomb 94. That's a good year. Because they're supporting Fear, Emptiness, Despair, which is like their densest record, right? But then they have all the super grindy stuff to back up, so it's a good mix of stuff. And then Entomb was supporting Wolverine Blues, so and they had their back catalog as well. So that's a good time to do that. I remember Napalm toured; they were headlining, touring with Obituary, and then Machine Head on their first record here in the States. That was an amazing gig in '94. Really cool. My first metal show would have been Metallica and Guns N' Roses on that summer tour they did in '92. Everything else was, rock pop stuff. But then it went downhill after that. By then I was playing drums and doing the thing and whatever. Good stuff for sure. But where I was living at the time, the people that I was, hanging out with, it just wasn't the thing. So Jason Garcia brings up a good point. His last show was over 2 years ago to see 69 Eyes. Way better than 8 Eyes, the NES game. Fucking hate that game. My last live show was Slayer, Behemoth, Anthrax, Testament, Lamb of God, and maybe one other band that I'm forgetting. I'd have to look at my shirt. But it was the Slayer farewell tour, and that was in 2018. That was my birthday present for moving down there. So I talked a mad game about my birthday kind of sucking, but a month later we went to see Slayer, and I didn't pay a fucking dime for anything. So, all respect to my girlfriend at the time, that was a hell of a birthday present that I would not have bought myself. But that was my first metal show at that point in 7, 8 years. Because when I left the music industry, I couldn't go to a show because it felt like going to work without getting paid. Because you develop a certain kind of post traumatic stress, or when you're watching bands set up, you're waiting for your turn to go on, and your brain's fucked. Your brain gets fucked, and that was a big part of it. Jason Garcia caught the last leg of the Slayer farewell tour. I felt gypped. I didn't get to see Napalm with Slayer, but at the same time, it was an amazing show. It was an amazing show. I love all the bands that were on the tour. We had amazing seats. She got us seats. I had a great time. Amazing time. Great show, full stop. Ben Stutley saying my reaction to the Napalm Entombed tour gave him goosebumps, took him right back. Excellent. Gotten beaten the fuck by the crowd. Do so many trips to the bar for water. Astoria 2 in London. Nice. Astoria 2 is great from what I hear. I remember seeing Napalm again in 96. This would have been just as Diatribes got released. A lot of people talk shit on that record, and I don't think it's fair. It is what it is. It's a good record for what it is. And the EP they released prior to the album, I thought was amazing. Has my favorite Napalm Death song ever on it. And they opened with that song at the live gig that I saw them. So at Graffiti's in Pittsburgh, they had just a modest balcony around the whole area. And it was the last night that I had hair this long until recently. I had short hair the whole time, more or less, for the next, 20 years. And I was, doing the whole thing and just having a great time watching my favorite band in the entire world just rock out without any worries of getting fucked up by the crowd or anything else. I just was on the railing. I just watched them like a hawk. And the guy that I was there with was the guy that gave me the nickname Grindhead Jim in the first place. So, really interesting stuff. Ozzy went to Legions of Metal Festival 2 weekends ago. Was his last concert. There you go. Ozzy's a diehard fan, folks. Jesse Hughes says my least favorite concert was Def Leppard REO Speedwagon. That's a fucked conversation. Conversation combination. Beer's starting to hit, folks. Love the music, but they struggle to perform. Ugh. Gord hasn't cut his hair in years. Fair. Do I want another Velociraptor Tiger Stripe? Yes. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I would love to have 2 of those. At least 2. Because I would like to try to repaint one of them to look like Battle Cat. Definitely want another one. Definitely. I keep looking at getting one for Blue. I look at getting one for the male. I keep looking at the male model as well. Otherwise, I have the rest of them. Aw. Jim says, done. Happy birthday. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Bjorn no longer has a face. The hair has become his body. Nice. But Jim, thank you, man. I look forward to finding a place to store that new Velociraptor. Ozzy saw the last Slayer tour, and your friends drove through a tornado to get there. Jesus. And they canceled Cannibal Corpse's set, missed Amon Amarth, getting better seats than the lawn. Only saw Lamb of God and Slayer. Still a good show. Yeah, we specifically bought seats towards the front. We were about 5 rows back on the left. The venue we were seeing it in Sugarland, Texas. You had the whole center, like just like the width of the stage. The whole center is your general admission, and then to the sides of that, all the way to the very front, were seats, and then you had seats all behind and a second tier behind. So if you're 5 rows back, 5 or 6 rows back, like we were, you had a perfect view of the stage, good sound. You could watch the pit, but you were close to walk out. We had a bathroom right at the end of the stairwell, so you could go to the bathroom real quick. Like it's a really good venue. I had a great time at that show. Ben Sully says, I wasn't strong enough to hold the railing. Some kind of osmosis took over. My feet didn't touch the ground until I was at the bar. There you go. That's a good show, man. Longer says, will the Lego pink flower fit the tiger striped velociraptor? Inquiring minds want to know. You mean this one? You mean these flower Legos that Bjorn recently sent me? I don't care if they fit. They're not going on my fucking velociraptor. That's for fucking sure. No. It's not happening. Jesse Hughes is like, literally no mind is inquiring. Jason Garcia goes, I always buy seats now. Too fat and old to stand in the pit that long. Same. Napalm Death was recently in town. Just to be blunt, the weekend that Jill was originally planning to move out was the weekend Napalm was coming. I had a feeling, and I decided not to go to the show because I just felt like my attention needed to be, here at home. And I was right, because those of you that know, that did not go very well at all. I'm not blaming her or the situation for it. I made a decision on my own based upon the context, right? But someone uploaded the entire Napalm Death set from the balcony where I would have been presumably sitting. So it works out just fine. And I downloaded that shit because it was just like, okay, cool. But I will unashamedly buy seats to a concert. I was supposed to see Crowbar, and they dropped off the tour that I was going to watch them on. And I was like, well, I'm not going to see Gwar without Crowbar. Fuck you. Because Gwar's fine. But Crowbar. Crowbar. Oy. Jason Garcia says, I think my last pit was Whitechapel after watching bros practice karate, and I'm like, nah, I'm done with this shit. Yeah, the whole fucking Karate Kick thing, dude. Like, give me a break, dude. Like, moshing and that whole thing, walls of death, all that stuff, like, all of that makes sense to me. But when you start practicing, like, katas in the crowd, like, literally no one asked you to start kicking the air. That's not dancing. That's, I want to hit someone. And that's not cool. Does anyone here remember the Hardcore Girl meme? One of the first memes. It's one of my favorites. Ben Sully says, love talking grindcore on your channel. Massive toy fan. Don't want to piss off the excellent guys in chat here, but 90s metal was the brutal. Yeah, it was. My favorite death metal album of all time, right here. Sinister. Hate, 93, 94. Ozzy says, last time I saw Napalm was a few years ago. Bill's Napalm, Voivod, Exhumed, Iron Reagan, and Ringworm. Yes, Matt told me about that tour. Barney pointed the mic at me during Nazi Punks. Yes. So I have a story about Barney. I've met him a few times. I did an interview with him, which is one of my favorite interviews I ever did. I have live pictures of the show, but I erased my picture with him to take pictures of the live show. I still have those pictures, thank goodness. Um, but we saw him on the tour was Cataclysm, Macabre, Napalm Death, and Cannibal Corpse. Wildly mixed gig. Loved every second of it. Saw him at the Eagles Auditorium, which is the original home of the Milwaukee Metal Fest. And the whole time, I'm just in the pit. We're about 3 rows of people back, and every song, I'm like, every lyric, I'm like, I'm that big of a fan. And they go to an older song, and he goes, "This fucking bloke right here probably knows the lyrics better than I do. Fucking hell." And he just starts doing the song, and we're looking at each other the entire song, doing lyrics for, I think it was Mentally Murdered. I don't remember what song it was. I just remember being like, and then the very next night, they're in Chicago at the House of Blues, where Century Media hooked us up with an interview. And I met him, and I shook my hand, and we start talking, and he goes, "Weren't you at Milwaukee last night?" I says, "Yeah." He says, "You're the guy that knows the lyrics better than I do." I'm like, "Uh-huh." He says, "I might give you a phone call if I decide to retire." I'm like, "Oh, thank you, buddy." You know, really gracious guy, really intelligent guy. I love that guy. I love that band. I love that man. You know, if I had a celebrity crush, like it's Patrick Stewart and Barney Greenway from Napalm. Like, I, I don't like penis. Flat out, I don't like penis. But if I did, those two guys for sure. But he's a gracious, thoughtful man that gave me just a huge, not a hard on, just a great memory. And at that time, we were talking about doing a Napalm Death tribute cover record, and he was like, "I'm in," and he gave me his email address. We talked for a while until he had to change his email address. Dr. Junior McBurger had a buddy break his leg at a Cryptopsy origin show in '99 and then cashed out on moshing. There you go. Nice. Great. He was cartwheeling through the pit. I take it he sued the venue and got a lot of money. Good for him. Jason Garcia says my first pit was typo negative, first and only crowd serve. Nice. Bjorn Jorgensen said at the Cedar Con, some guy had to get stretchered out. That happens a lot at the stuff. Thank you, Jim. I appreciate that. Barney is such a great dude. Then somebody said had to pee and missed the good stuff. Well, it'll always be here. It'll be archived on the YouTubes. On the YouTubes. Don't worry. It's fine. Dr. G. McBurger says, I think it was a guitar player from Sign of Dying that broke his leg. Ugh. Poor guy. Poor guy. I need more beer, and I got to pee too. So I'll tell you what. I am going to tempt fate. I'm going to tempt fate. All right. I don't know if you're even going to be able to hear this while I'm gone, but I'm going to try. I'm going to play some cardiac arrest, and if we get struck, we get struck. I don't care. It doesn't matter because the only thing it really it attaches to is the ad revenue. So, and even then, I don't give a fuck. Like I'm here to hang out. I'm not here to whatever. But I do appreciate the super chats and dono so far. I really appreciate that. Let me find a good song. Fuck it. We'll just play. Play Haunted Remnants. Play Haunted Remnants because that's a song that when we played it live at CIM 2007, which is the first year that I met Ozzy. It was probably the best I've ever played that song live, and it was the right crowd at the right time,
and that song had been written as like we're gonna do it on like a split EP or something, and that split, and then we did it for a compilation is what it was. We wrote it specific to that, and as we were gearing up to write the third record, we all kind of looked at each other and said, like, "We gotta put Haunted on this. This is like too good of a song to like just have on this like obscure compilation." But that's it. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna hit play, take a piss, get some more beer, and be right back. You may not hear the whole song because I don't want to get the copyright. But cough. After all that build up, the audio is porked. I'm sorry, boys. I'm so sorry. Then something met Barney and Shane Embury at the kebab shop in between the Astorias. My dear younger drummer brother got his jeans set so proud. Dumas. So sorry about the audio, boys. So sorry. But look it up. Haunted Remnants. But that if the audio is broken, it means I can just play it. So I'm gonna play it now. I'm just gonna play in the background. All this is in 2008 when I saw you guys at CIM, I threw my back out headbanging to your guys' set. So I missed Massacre and Suffocation. Oh fuck, dude, it was that bad? Yeah, our set, I have that set, the entire set on video, and it's a side stage video, and you're in the video, just doing your whole thing, man. I'll have to send that to you. I'll have to send that to you because we on the DVD we only used the footage from Eviperate on that one. Like the whole thing was fine, but we had like better footage for the DVD. But I had to include something from that appearance because it was such a good recording. Um, but yeah, that was definitely a thing that was discussed. And almost every CIM clip that I ever published anywhere ever had some form of Ozzy, aka Travis, in it. Like I have my favorite in 2007, I was ripped drunk. And I'm filming Jungle Rot and Impetigo from the stage, and I'm yelling and shit. And he's in most of that footage for sure. And there's footage from like 2010 where I'm watching Phobia and Putrid Pile and stuff, and we're in the pit together and stuff. Which is pretty cool. Lots of stuff. Did I ash my hand like where I'm doing this, like I'm like ashing like a cigarette? That's the actual movement of doing a blast, like that. Because I would do this thing. I hold the stick with my fingers, and these other three keep the fanning motion in place, and the wrist is what keeps it moving. So it's like this combination of like fingers, hand, and wrist. That some people will do only fingers, some people do all wrists, some people will do various things. I just kind of developed this hybrid motion that worked. I got great stick height for more power. I kept the speed, and that's kind of where I made the big splash, where I could, blast speeds for what they call a single stroke, meaning I'm not doing anything with like making two hits out of one, like a gravity blast, none of that. In terms of like every single thing I did was a pop. It was like one hit. I was one of the fastest guys out there and most powerful. Um, I'm not trying to humble brag. That was just something I was naturally good at that people gravitated to. My feet are rubbish. My right hand is rubbish. But I write creative parts and I can blast like a motherfucker. And that was my reputation in the drumming community and the scene. Right. Dr. Junior Berger's like, I always remember you being about the snare stays on the left hand. And I later corrected that. Like for me, that was a point of pride. I'm like, if you have to move to the right hand to get the power, then you need to work on your left hand. Because you can use any hand you want and you're fine. But if you have to go to your right hand to get the volume and the power, then you probably have some work to do. In my case, my right hand's crap. I have nerve damage in my shoulder from my back. So it's just trash. Um, so I always kind of felt like, you know, I talked to Paul from Cannibal about it, and I'm like, that was just how he did it. That's how he learned to do it, and that was fine. Because his right hand is plenty powerful. He just happened to, or his left hand's plenty powerful, but there was no rule book. And he also invented the bomb blast, so I told him, like, you have a free pass for life. Because you have Paul Mazurkowicz's Cannibal Corpse style drumming, like, that's your thing. They could never have another drummer. Paul is his own thing. So I give him a pass. But anybody else, it's like, well, shit, dude. Like, if you can't with the left, like, there are things you can do to make that happen. And that was what I was trying to get across. When I was younger and dumber, you know. And Ozzy's saying you can actually hear the snare when you blast, unlike others. Not naming names, Travis. I'm not naming names, and neither are you. Dr. Junior says, if my left was as good as yours, I never would have switch blasted. I appreciate that. And it's something where, look, man, in an alternate universe, I would blast right-handed and assist on the right. It doesn't matter. It's like I said in the update to my instructional videos. Very simply, it was, if you're blasting effectively and you're comfortable, you're doing it right. That's it. That's all there is to it. Very, very simple. It doesn't really matter. But if you're trying to have versatility in your playing, the more limbs you can incorporate, the better. Exactly. It hurts if you're doing it wrong for your body and for your technique. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. This beer's starting to get good to me, boys. I'm sorry the audio is fucked. Listening to the re-recording of Make 'Em Die Slowly. The fastest blast I had written or recorded until 2011. Like, However, that song is played accurately on the record. Vortex of Violence, the fourth album we recorded, that stuff was written around this tempo. When we went in the studio, the whole album was about 20 BPM too fast. Because I knew it was the last record I was recording with them. And I wanted to go out and be like, big middle finger to like everybody who thought I couldn't play worth a shit. I stepped it up. When the record came out a year later, everyone thought it was Nick. It was me. Because the drumming was so different. They were like, well, this has to be somebody else. I'm like, nah, it was me. I went out on a high note and I was just like, and it sucked that they delayed the release of it because they didn't want it to be about me. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them. My birthday beer of choice, in order to afford the lunch I wanted and beer, I had to make choices. My beer of choice would have been Yuengling Light. As it is, I bought Busch to start with, which we drank in bulk in that big fuck off glass. Now it's Bud Ice for the effect. So cheap beer. Cheap beer. Because I'm getting close to the paycheck and I'm little strapped. And these super chats, while nice and very appreciated, I'm not going to see those for like a month or two, which is fine. I'm not mad about it. I just had to budget for my birthday, so to speak. Melvor is here saying, happy birthday, Gym Store. That's the first time I've ever been given a Motu name before. Thank you, Melvor. And thank you for being in the stream last night. Ian was a lot of fun. And he did tell me after the stream he's planning to be in Arlington for Retropalooza this year. You can thank me later. A wild Melvor appeared in the tall grass. Not wrong. Aussie Rule says, I remember Haven for the Insane release. It was the only time a pre-order was late for me and you didn't get all the items at once. Ibex Moon, I don't think was prepared for that release because we already had the buzz in the underground going, and at the time they had the distribution deal with like Best Buy and like a lot of the big outlets and stuff. And I think for them it was a difficult release to manage because that signing to their label was like the last vestige of like, okay, this band's legit, and just everyone wanted to see what the fucking hubbub was about. And I'm glad that John insisted on a DVD because without him insisting on that, they never would have done it. I wanted to do a DVD for Vortex, and when I left the band, I was still willing to do it, but John was not pressing for it as hard. So now I'm sitting on hours of footage that should have been a second DVD. And they're going to get repurposed into a documentary about my drumming career when I get a hair up my ass to finally record the interview footage for that. Dr. Junior McBurger worked in craft beer for a long time, so you mainly drink Miller Coors. Okay. Coors is nothing to shake a stick at, man. Coors is good. Miller, I stay away from now, but Coors is good. Ben Sully says, Jim, I love this conversation. The Blast Beat could be a series in itself. My preference would be the original alternative. Right hand, right foot together with left hand snare, adding left foot after. Right. I was never a one-footed blaster, though. So replicating that with 2 feet is really difficult. I got better at it by the time the fourth record came around. But it's something where when I get the drum kit back set up, one of the things I want to learn is the heel foot. I never got into that. I was a swivel guy on the kick, and if if I learn heel toe, where I can get 2 hits out of every one, I can do 1-foot blast all day long. It's not traditional, but I could easily learn that like that bounce. Would love to do that. Would love to do it. Jesse says, the dog demands a walk. Good night, folks. Thank you, brother. You are amazing. I love you. Thank you so much for being here. You're the best. Have a good night. Kal-El's like, wow, I'm simultaneously impressed and glad the stream is still going. We're coming up on 3 hours and 45 minutes. We're having a talk. Dog says smash the like button. There you go. What is heel foot? In short, it's where you hit with the heel and then slide back with the foot. So you're going da-dum, da-dum, like that. That's the shortest version. A good video on that. Six Samus did a good video on it, and he linked to other like tutorials on that. That's essentially what that is. It's the foot equivalent of the gravity, where you're getting 2 hits out of 1. Yeah, the Herb Alexander double stroke. Exactly. Yeah. It's exactly what it is. Exactly. If you're getting a double stroke out of essentially 1 foot hit. So you're using your hip flexors once, and you're getting out of it. So I want to learn that. I want to learn the gravity technique. Part of the reason I never did gravity is because the chicken wing approach I do with the blast, I would have to move my hand and an arm in such a way it doesn't quite make sense. So I have to learn how to do the gravity technique with the chicken wing. That requires practice, something I never liked doing. Tim Hayes says, happy birthday. Thank you, Tim Hayes. I appreciate you very much. Appreciate you very much. Lord Marco would disagree with you, Dr. Junior McGregor. He's very comfortable with the gravity blast. Love him or hate him, that guy is really good at that shit. And I think it just comes down to like what you're into. You know what I mean? Are these lights still on? Oh, they auto turned off. Okay, cool. Well, happy early birthday to you, sir. I use a 13-inch snare. You got a problem with that? That was my thing. I wanted the snare to be naturally a tighter, because I would try to make these 14 by 5.5s sound like a piccolo, and I wanted the deeper sound but the tightness. And my buddy who drums for Lividity, Matt Garrett, not Matt Garrett, shit, the name escapes me in the moment. But he drums for Lividity, used to play for a bunch of bands. He worked at Guitar Center at the time. And I said, I need something else. He said, I got you. I know your drumming style. This is what you need. And he got me a pork pie little squealer, 13 by 7. So it's deeper than your average snare by 1.5 inches, but it has a 13-inch top on it. So you can get it nice and tight and a really like poppy snare sound. But you still got the throat of the 7-inch, so you don't lose like the balls. That's where it's at for me. 12-inch snare, fuck off. I think that's going too small for me. Yeah, I'm a big Primus fan, but it wasn't. I didn't buy it because of that. But yeah, it's a similar vibe. Pork pie's awesome, dude. Like my whole kit is Pearl Export ELX, and then I have the pork pie little squealer snare, Symbols were a mishmash of Zildjian. Right when I left, I was in the middle of signing an endorsement deal with Saluda Symbols because I legitimately think they're the best artists and symbols on the market, and I will be buying a full setup of their stuff when I get back into it because they have this way. They have symbols that sound like A customs but can take a beating like a Z custom. They're called the Mist X. Amazing symbols. You have a Craviato 13x6. Yeah, the little squealer is a maple. I like maples. But cherry's good. Cherry's good. It's good. It's alright. And for those of you that are watching that aren't into drumming, you can ask me questions about anything. We just happen to be on this thing. I'll go in and out of subjects. It's no problem. But it certainly says Gravity Blast is surely a later iteration of the blast beat. Totally cool. Love it. Not the brutal originals. It does not require a sympathetic sound or triggers. That's part of why it's so prevalent. What you're doing is you're hitting the rim of the snare with the butt of your stick just after you're hitting the snare. And the way it works, it bounces the thing off the edge. You're going. It's a one-handed roll that a lot of jazz drummers did for years. Someone found a way to make it work, and it's really cool. You don't need to use triggers to get it. You don't need a good sound man. If you're already hitting hard enough with your blast beats, a gravity blast is going to sound just fine. It's beautiful. The reason I'm so into it, just like with the heel toe or the double stroke, is that you're hitting just as hard. You're not tricking anything. You're just using the equipment in a creative way. You don't have to use triggers for these to work at all. On the kicks, they help consistency, but on the snare, you don't have to trigger for those to work. Not if you're doing it right. Exactly, Dr. Junior McGregor. Gravity Blast, the old Buddy Rich one-handed roll trick. Exactly. It goes back like 50-some years. As you do that, twirl the stick with the other hand so people lose their minds. The person in death metal, I think, that really kind of immortalized the Gravity Blast in the mainstream was that guy they got in Cataclysm to do Serenity and Fire. I don't remember that guy's name. He's fucking weird dude. I've met him. Insanely good drummer. Just out there. Does a Gravity Blast like nobody's business. He was one of the first ones in death metal to do it at that level. Like Johnny Longstreth was one of the first ones to do it, but he did it slower. And no one quite knew he was doing it. But then Cataclysm comes out with Serenity and Fire, and this kid's doing it at like 270, like going nuts. And suddenly it's a big thing. Then Origin's next record comes out, and Johnny's again at the forefront of it because Johnny's just that good of a fucking drummer. I love that guy. I've played so many shows at Origin. Every time, Johnny Longstreth. Holy shit! Like he's probably my favorite drummer in terms of people that are still doing it. Old Mangini solos with extreme one-handed rolling all over the place, still amazing. Exactly. So to go back to what Ben was saying, this is a technique that has existed forever, but to apply that to that kind of a grind mindset, it's very cool. And Ben says, "Well, I know it's never as loud in the pub, though. Do you prefer technique? Absolutely, but a straight blast is a thing to behold." Yeah. Ozzy says, "I remember reading an interview with a certain touring drummer of Vital Remains claiming he never used triggers, and a week later at seeing him saw him playing using triggers." I know who you're talking about. He's a personal friend of mine. I get it. All right. So this is something I can't get copyright strikes for, as far as I know, because I'm just going to play from my own channel that I own. Because I want to illustrate something. We're talking about stick height and talking about club volume and all this shit. I'll put that shit to rest as much as I can. So what I'm going to do is go to my old channel. And we're going to watch an old club video. Give me 1 second, boys. Sorry about that. I need to switch the audio so you can actually hear the browser. So give me a second. All right, you guys should still be able to hear me. I'm putting that in. And what I'm going to do when we're playing the audio for this is I'm going to mute my mic. I'm going to turn this up pretty loud so it gets nice and throaty here. You can still hear me, right? Make sure you can still hear me. And then I'm going to play this clip. I got to find it. Which one is it? Oh, here it is. This is good. This will work. Okay. You hear that, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the video at a reasonably high volume. But I'm going to mute the mic so it doesn't bleed into the speakers. Okay. So it should sound okay, but let me know if it's not. I'll make adjustments. All right.
Fucking Chicago Metal Devastation.
Fucking Chicago Metal
At the
Devastation.
fucking Yodi Bar. How the fuck is everyone doing tonight?
I'll go ahead and play you some Haunted Remnants too. Since I'll do it from the 2007 performance that I met Travis at. So to hear it, the sound is not as good. Not as good. Junior McBurger says, "Bid you find I do resolve for the evening best tidings." Thank you, Doc. It was really cool to see you, man. Like legit cool. Please consider a sub on the old YouTubes. I go live every Monday and would love to see you, brother. We're gonna play some Haunted Remnants, and that's the last song, and then we'll go back to talking. I am also very happy that Cardiac gets to play the last Maryland Death Fest. Yeah, we were trying very hard to make that happen. It did not happen for years, and I could not be happier for the boys that they're getting to do this. I am upset that I can't be there. I thought about it, but with everything else going on at the same time, with the conventions and stuff, it just wasn't feasible for me to go. If I could have been there and I'd planned to be there, I would have at least hopped up on stage to do vocals for something, and I know they would have been okay with that. I'm on pretty good terms with those guys. It's a shame, but I'm glad they're doing it. I could not be happier for them that they're getting to do that. For those that are not in the know, that is the largest metal festival in the United States, and so yeah. Ben sending a big hi from YouTube to other streams. All right, so let's check out Haunted Remnants. Maybe I'll play something else, maybe not. You don't know. You don't know me. But here's Haunted Remnants from 2007 at the Central Illinois Metal Fest. And arguably, this is when we arrived nationally and internationally. There are people there from India, from England, Canada, South America. Lots of folks were there for this show because it was an Impetigo reunion show. And as you can see, we got a pretty fucking good response. Haunted Remnants 2007.
appreciate the set. Whoa! Hold on. Hold on. Oh my God. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it.
Welcome to the Waco Jesus Breastfeeding Communion.
Oh yeah, I got lots of footage of me drunk off my fucking ass on Jägermeister, man. From that show. Oh my god. So I'll show you. What should I show you? This one is purely self-indulgent. It's a treat just for Travis, who may not know this video exists. I recorded an album with a band called Estuary after I left Cardiac. That album got lost because the hard drive got destroyed. He could not get it. He couldn't recover it, and it sucks because it is hands down the best drumming I've ever done. Like, the kicks were flying, and they were pushing me creatively to do some stuff. And the only footage that I got was when we were tearing down, unfortunately. And if I have any regrets from my career, it's that record never got to see the light of day. And again, I don't know if Ozzy even knows that this footage exists, but I'll go ahead and play this. Bjorn, good night, sir. Appreciate you. But this is for Travis. This is from the Estuary session from 2011.
Hey, Sully. Remember how I told you I was going to find a Sharpie? I lied. Didn't have one.
Oh.
So I actually haven't videotaped anything.
Fucking sucks, man. That album was so good. So fucking good. Sorry. I don't even have like rough mixes from it because he hadn't recorded guitars yet. Yeah, so there was nothing. There, not even like a rough mix of the drums exists or anything. Really big pain in the fucking ass. So I could play some studio footage from Vortex, or we could stop, and that's about all I got that I'm comfortable playing here. So I would play this for anyone who wants to hear it. If you're not interested, it's totally okay. It's a totally different thing, but we're here, we're hanging out. I mean, fucking, hey, we're 4 hours in. This is the longest stream I've done in a long time, and especially not with like a prescribed topic or anything. Like I think Ben's like more metal. I'm like, all right, okay. And this one will be less rough because it's a recording from the studio. James says we can all go watch it so you can get some more clicks. No, that channel, fuck that channel. Like I use that for like copyright testing purposes and shit. That's all I use it for anymore. You go to my drums and you're cleaning. Well, the songs are all available in their studio form on YouTube and Spotify. Like, the band's out there, dude. You don't have to go to my channel for that. I love you for that, but I want you to hear the studio stuff. So speaking of, we'll play Conjured Beings here, and Jason's like, I just watched that vid. Aw, the Estuary one? That's awesome, man. We'll play Conjured Beings here. I will take the opportunity to take a quick piss and get my last 2 beers. All right? How about that? And then we can just kind of rip roar about whatever the fuck. Okay? But here's Conjured Beings off of the 4th record, and arguably the slowest song on the record. So a little bit of different vibe to it. So here we go.
First one, we'll see. Okay. Here we go?
Yep.
Go for it. Fuck.
He's so good.
One take my ass.
I'm going home.
Alright, for every time you say that, I'm gonna slap you in the fucking face. Every fucking time. Every fucking
Just
be a
rip
long
open a bitch light
session.
cannon.
Let's just go from the beginning. Keep that, but we'll go from the beginning. I know I can do better.
Okay. That's fine by me.
Alright, you ready? Yeah. There we go. Whew. Longest 4 minutes of my life.
Maybe the last choke.
No, it was going into.
So there's that. It's a great fun birthday listening party. How I don't know about the whole like how good you are. I know I'm good at what I do. I'm very much like Paul from Cannibal. Like I don't purport to be a drummer that's better than anyone else, but I know that I'm good at what I do, and I'm grateful that people like what I do. I think there are way better drummers out there for sure. And it's fine, but ultimately, like, it's important to me that, there's people that still love the stuff that I used to do, and I like to keep that alive. It's some of the best memories in my life. And I'm not done. I'm still working on a record. You guys don't want to hear any of that, do you? You didn't know I was going. Travis is going to get mad. He's like, "Fuck what?" There's stuff I haven't shown anybody, but I'm willing to show. But it's going to be there for posterity. The link will exist. So, Shayna Mason says, "Sounds like high school." Shayna and I went to high school together, and she played bass in one of the first bands that I was ever in. And although I was the vocalist for that band, it was evident that I really wanted to be a drummer. And her and Mike and the other folks in the band kind of like championed that in a way. And, Mike went on to do a lot of bands. He was in Cannibal Decapitation, for fuck's sake. And he swears that I played him death metal for the first time. I disagree. But I think what he means or is remembering falsely is that my enthusiasm for death metal was what got him hooked into it. Like, he was like, well, there's something to this. Like, I respect this dude, and if he's into it, I'm into it. And I'll take that, right? And he went on to do some amazing shit. Still is doing amazing shit. I love that man to death. So to be able to say that I've affected anybody in a positive way is a huge thing. Because Shayna remembers when it was just a glimmer in my eye. She remembers when it was just a glimmer in my eye, and I borrowed her copy of Death Human, which she in turn borrowed from a boyfriend at the time. Yeah, I remember that. And I'll never forget it. And I remember buying that on CD after having borrowed her tape. I bought it in a long box CD at this tiny mall in Bethlehem, PA, while my dad had taken me on a hunting trip. And I was so happy to have that record. It's not my favorite death record, but it's a fucking good death record. Jim Margo says, that was fun. Troy's like, love to see it. He wants to see the new stuff. Cool. Jim Largo with a generous super chat says, fuck yeah, man. I love you, brother. All right, cool. I want to hear it. Troy's got the fever, wants only hears your new grindhead music. All right. Okay. Melvor, who's still here. Brother, I love you. I like Buddy Holly. I'd play some oldies, but no one wants to play those with me. Tyler Esposito in the motherfucking house says happy birthday. Dude, I can't wait to see you this weekend, dude. I can't wait to see you this weekend, man. Dude, that's awesome. Thank you for stopping by, man. We're about to play some rough demos from my new stuff. There's no drums on this. There's no vocals. I'm going to play some guitar playthrough stuff. I've written all this stuff. I'm not the guitar player. But you might get a kick out of it. I don't know. Melvor says, if I was metal, I'd be aluminium. I mean, you're not wrong. I love you, dude. This weekend is going to be... Are you going to have a beer with me this time? Because you motherfucking... You disappear. We hang out all day, and then you just disappear. We're going to actually hang out this time. Can we please? Can we do that? Please? 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 I would love to hang out with you, dude. Oh, thank you. Ben says, show it when you're proud of it. I mean, I'm already proud of it. We just haven't gotten the studio yet. So what I'll do is, dude, yes, you heard it here first, folks. Tyler and I are having a beer. Cool. Good. We're overdue for that shit. Overdue. We're 2 fests into this shit. We need to do it. Okay, so first thing I want to play is something. It's totally not music, but I'm from the 90s, 80s and 90s, man. I like my samples and shit. And I found a sample just the other day that I was like, I don't have a song about this, but I haven't written all the lyrics yet. I have like 10 songs for this record, and I want to bring back the samples. Like, no one does these anymore, right? If you can guess who this is, I'll be surprised. But this is so... I love this so much. So I'm gonna open it here. Hang on. Pause.
You know, people can say,
God damn it! No, stop. All right. So I got to make sure that's being played. That is being played. Okay. So I'll play this. So this sample is going to... or maybe after you listen to UK Nutter for bass guitar. If you want to at least do a lead, I can guarantee you a spot on the record. I have a guy doing guitars for the record. Okay, so for this record, I got Vaughn from Lividity X Deaden on guitar. I've got Jake from Lividity X Deaden on bass. Leon from Impaled, X Exhumed, X Phobia might do second guitar. It just depends upon his schedule. I'm doing all the vocals. I had a drummer booked for drums. I might just program him at this point because I can't play the stuff I have written at this point. But yeah, if you want to do a lead on the record, like I'll save you a spot, dude. Like, it's not a problem at all. But I have most of the slots filled, you know. So I'm gonna play you a sample that will precede one of the songs, just because I think it's so fucking cool. And it's an obscure sample because it was from a TV show, an interview with a certain person, and like, it's obscure enough, but it's a cool enough sample. I think is worth it. I'm gonna play that. I'll play you some guitar demo stuff, and then I'll play you like the demo that I used to sell people on it. That's all I got. Everything else is just cheesy shit that no one wants to hear. Then we'll get back to the fun shit. Even though for some of you, this is probably fun. But here's a sample. I think this is fun.
you know, people can say, oh, death is a beautiful thing. It's a lonely, ugly, terrifying, horrible thing. There's no beauty about it at all.
Tell me that's not an amazing opening for a death metal song, dude. You know, like, tell me that's not brutal as shit. And that was Mickey Rourke during an interview for British TV. I just happened to find the other day, and I was watching out of legitimate interest in what he had to say, and then he said that. And I said, wow, that's fucking cool. So I sampled it.
and we're going to use it on the record because I'm in charge and I get to say that. I pay all the bills. I wrote all the music. I can do what I want. One of the most beautiful things about this band. Thank you, Tyler. He says it's a great quote. And it is correct. So the band name is Conifivore, which is conifer, which is like your pine cone, and then vor, which means to eat. And the idea behind it is that, you know, you pull in different influences, different seeds, and you consume them to make something else. That's the name of the band. That's what it means. And it's also meant to be kind of like a play on the fact that I was a vegetarian for a long time. It's meant to make fun of death metal a little bit. And I wanted to kind of like bring back some of the old stuff, but do it in a new school way that kind of serves both masters a little bit. He says, or a Motu pine cone. Hadn't thought of that. You're dead on the money. I fucking love you, Melvor. Fucking love you. That guy's so smart. We need to hang out more. You need to sleep less, hang out more. All right, so this is... Where did these go? Oh, okay, all right. Is this it? Yeah, I think this is it. Okay. I actually have video to show you for this so you can see as a real person playing guitar. And again, it's a little bit repetitive, so I'm not going to probably play the whole thing. But it should give you an idea of like what kind of riffs I'm writing, that kind of a thing. It's interesting. But because there's no drums, no vocals, it's going to be kind of boring. But I just want to give you an idea of what I'm after. So, I'm going to show you. Beer's starting to hit, boys. damn it, stop. All right. So he was learning the riffs riff by riff, and he had several different takes on what he thought the keyboards sounded like. And some of it was dead on, some of it was not right, but I liked what he did. So I cut up the stuff that was wrong that I liked, and then formed it into the tune. So like, he would send me like raw video of him playing the stuff piece by piece, a little Slayer reference. And then I just edit it together in a video and said, here's the arrangement. And what we agreed upon, because of technical limitations, because his internet connection is shit, he's out in the boonies, we couldn't do what I wanted to do, which was teach the tunes, do the arrangements over like a Zoom or something like that. He just doesn't have the internet connection for that. So he learned like 3 or 4 songs that way. And then he said, all right, the guy that we're getting to do the record, he charges per session, not per hour. So we can pay him like $500 or whatever the price ends up being. And we're going to be able to sit there. So the goal for the first weekend we go up is going to be to basically piecemeal all the riffs for all the songs. So I have to do my homework and decide what's going to be on the record, and then teach them to it on the spot, have them record it, and then we'll do the classic Pro Tools like copy and paste. I don't like that, but what we're getting with that is that we're going to do it to a click, and the guy that is in the studio is apparently a really good MIDI programmer. I'm a drummer. I'm not a MIDI programmer. I have all the hardware to do it. I've tried it. I'm not good at it. I've got programs, and I'm just like, this is not the same. It'd be easier for me to explain it to someone who knows what they're doing and, lay it down and then come back and give it some nuance on a second pass. So the idea is we go in, do the guitars to a click. If we have time, program basic drums, and then they're going to go back without me and do like harmonies, second guitars, and bass. And then when that's done, I'll do vocals and then go back. I'll do the vocals, here or at my house or whatever, and then go back, just bring the files to him, put those in, and then I will sit with him for a weekend just to fuck with the drums and make sure they're perfect. And then we'll probably send them off to someone else to get mixed so that he doesn't have to do it. But if he's like really into the project, I'll let him mix it as well, and I'll pay him extra for that. But the mastering is definitely going somewhere else. I already have a guy for that. A dude from Crypticus, who's a good friend, who always wanted to mix and master Cardiac. He's gotten to master Cardiac a couple times. He never got to mix it. So I wanted to throw him a bone, but depending upon how it works out, it's all because, so for those of you that are still here from the toy collecting realm, my budget to record that record went into toys. Yeah. And the reason it did that is because we were going to book him in fall of last year. He got booked through the year, and I just like, it can wait. So it's been sitting. And, it's going to get done. It's going to get done. That's the bottom line. It's going to get done. So, yeah. Melbor's like, I like toys, which is a very kind way of saying, like, I'm not into this metal shit, and I want to hang out with you on your birthday, but Jesus ass, fuck Christ, like, what? I get it, man. I get it. Jim Salzberg says, I feel bad that I help you burn cash. I mean, no.
it's one of these things where, I can quit when I want, kind of a thing. I've made a decision to like put my funds into that, and part of it is there's this tiny part of my brain, and it's tiny, that thinks I could probably, when I get the house and the equipment, I could probably, potentially anyway, learn the techniques I want to learn to play the tunes on the drums and potentially record those at home. That's a big stretch, and it's something that I don't know that I'm necessarily going to actually put the time into in time to make the record when I want to make it, right? Because the fact of the matter is, part of the reason I don't feel like I need to play drums on the record is that I'm going to hire a drummer for live anyway. Because the record makes a thing, we promised each other that we would do festival gigs only. There'd be no touring for this band, and there's no plans to play live. But if people came running and said, "Hey, we want Knifavor to play," at this festival, I'd hire a drummer and I would just do vocals. I'd be a front man. That's what I want to do. So it's yet another thing. And Melvor knows this about me. Jim Largo knows this about me. Like, I have my thumb in a lot of different pies. There's lots of stuff I'm really into. And you have to like focus on something at some point. And Melvor, with the support of, like, I think you totally make it in a home studio. I agree, because I have to do something. If I want to play drums live on a stream, I have to do that anyway. It would be very simple to do, but I'm not that good of an engineer. That's the problem. So I'd have to bring somebody in, and that's okay. And Jim's like, "I'm just making jokes. I don't really feel bad." Fair enough. And Jim Largo says, "I'm an unapologetic enabler of toy purchases, but I do want to see your album made." I appreciate that. Jim Salzberg says, "I got the knockoff Mafex Venom, but it arrived broken, but it's a great looking figure. Can you fix it, though?" That's the question, because I've seen the knockoff Mafex Venom. It looks great. Tell me if you can fix it. Oh, you already said that. All right. Well, I already acknowledged that. So, and thank you for like indulging me, because when I get, hours into something like this, I go into that drunken show and tell thing. Right? Like, I love show and tell when I'm drunk. And I'm definitely getting there. Having a good time. It's a hell of a fucking birthday. And it scratches all of the itches, too, because the people that I'm closest to locally, the people I love the most here, were able to facilitate, not necessitate. They were able to facilitate that surprise birthday party, which was perfect. It's perfect. Right? And I had no pressure for tonight at all. None. I was like, I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want to do. That's it. And what I decided I wanted to do was spend time with the community at large. Thinking it would be like a 3-hour thing or whatever. And we're just sitting there having a good conversation. And the viewership is good. I'm not mad about it. I'm having a good time. And I'm not going crazy overboard or anything like that. Basically, when I run out of beer, which is this beer plus that, I'm more or less done, so I can get some sleep and all that stuff. But I had a great time. And we're still having a good time. Doing the same with classic cars, vintage guns, toys. Still have 3 guitars. There you go. Jim's like, I can fix everything, and that's the best part. There you go. So there you go. The man can fix anything. It's cool. It's good. It's all right. It's all right. All right. A little bit of a U2 vibe. So we've talked about a wide range of stuff, And I know I do Q&As all the time, but for me to be on a high like this, a few beers in, sharing things I wouldn't normally share on a stream, for the channel or whatever, I really want to like make it wide open. Ask me anything. Everything is on point, and as long as it's not going to incriminate someone else personally, like, I'm cool. But I'm going to open it up. Here comes Ben. It says, "Dear Jim, please don't let your art, your craft, and your physical ability be typed out in MIDI. At minimum, banging out in the studio with some triggers. Please don't sound like obituary." Here's the thing. I'm physically incapable of playing the drum parts I want to play. Let me illustrate this to you. All right. When you hear what I have in my head, you will understand. Now, what you're going to hear is cobbled together in a very haphazard way. Okay. So I found a cassette tape with all the stuff on it, and it was still viable. I bought a cassette to MP3 transfer, and I transferred everything. So all the keyboard stuff was there, which facilitates, okay, now I can do the record. But I also found me playing the keyboard parts with a guitar player. Bilal Koblak of Lethal Prayer, Asheron, and Nocturnus AD. He's the live guitar player for Nocturnus AD. One of my closest friends, amazing dude, was really instrumental, no pun intended, in saying, "You're a good songwriter. You need to do this." So it's a tape of his guitar parts with the keyboards underneath as like bass tracks, plus really shitty MIDI programming and a one take, one pass, very dry, not warmed up vocal part from me. Okay. But it was just this idea saying, okay, here's what it can sound like at its worst. Do you want to be involved and make it sound better? And so far, people have been like, oh, I'm into it. But it also illustrates why the drums are so over the top. I don't think I'm capable of it. So I'm going to play that for you, and hopefully you'll understand. So I'm going to play that, because I do want to illustrate that, because I understand where you're coming from, Ben. You're not... if I were in your shoes, I would say the same thing. However, this is something else. In my opinion, this is something else. Is that it? Yeah, it is. So I'm going to pull the volume back on this just a little bit, because it's a little bit loud. I'm going to mute my mic and play this. Will says, "Good times and happy birthday. Thanks again for the stream. Always fun, but tonight was a blast. Thanks to all in chat for the laughs. Have a great night. See you all soon." Good night, Will. I love you, brother, so much. Thank you for being here and staying with us for all this time. So thank you. I fucking love you, dude. Truly. So I'm going to switch over here. And that's the logo for the band, by the way, which I've had for over 10 years. But Ben, this should give you an idea of why I feel like probably shouldn't be the drummer for it. I hope it illustrates that. If not, let me know. Again, this is a cassette tape ripped to MP3. I MIDI programmed drums by hand to try and get this time sync done. And then did vocals over top in one take with no warm-up. So it's super bad, very rough. But it should give you an idea of what I'm going for. It's a very rough take. So with that in mind, here we go.
Raining down on
Shut up. And I know it was really bass heavy. You can't really hear the guitars, but the guitar was like it's kind of like this, like, and it was but the snare drum is going like it's going like over the fucking top, like my fastest blast, but doubled, which is again that gravity blast kind of a vibe. And for me to like do that reliably in an analog sense, like it'd take me a couple of years to get there, and I don't want to wait, frankly, that long. So it's part of where it's at. And James just like undervocal sound like a witch. I dig it. Very black metal. Like that's what that is. Like it's like you have one track going like, you know, burning hatred raining down, and you have like one underneath it going like, and then you have like one above it, and then somewhere between the three of them, that's where you get like the tone. So it's like 3 takes, like in those registers with some embellishment and shit. But I like I really like how it fades, like everything just lazy. Like I like that, and I just naturally faded it. I liked that. I think it kind of sells the whole vocal approach. And again, it's just a first pass just to try and see if it would work. And people who are in the know, they're like, dude, I can see where that's going. Like, that's fucking cool. Because they're like, it's grind, black metal, industrial. I'm like, yes, that's what I'm going for. And even Shayna says, like, as a huge Nine Inch Nails fan, I need to point out that amazing things can come from computers. I agree. And she was like, I always end up being lead bass, so I loved it. There's no bass guitar in that. None. It's just all low end. So, there's something there. But I want it to be the best it can be, and it doesn't have to be a human for it to be the best it can be. Because now the program stuff can sound human with like an Easy Drummer 3. 4, I believe 4 just came out. It's insane. You can program it super precise and then add humanism to it where you have that variance of velocity and stuff that sounds more organic. Because I don't want like a Godflesh sounding drum kit. Like I want it to have some heft and some and I can use whatever samples I want. One thing that I did bandy about, which I might still do, was to sample my own drum kit, like mic it up nice, make samples, have them process and master those samples, and so it's my drum kit being played, so that to the average ear they wouldn't know I programmed it was my own shit. Not that I'm trying to trick anybody, but that I just want it to have a certain sound to it. I don't know. We're not there yet, but the concepts are there, the music is there, the potential is there. It's just a matter of putting down the toys for like 2 or 3 months and getting into the studio and making it happen, right? Like that's the bottom line. And I'm glad that you guys are getting something out of it, even the folks that are not huge fans of this style. It means a lot. It's very cool. Put this can. We'll check something here.
Okay, so we've been live for just shy of 5 hours. I am going to do a hard cutoff at 5 hours. So if you have anything you want to talk about, get it out of your systems now. Because not that I'm not having fun, but I know myself well enough. I do have a client in the morning at like 9. So I should at some point turn the lights off and get some sleep. But this has been an amazing time. Just to be able to talk random stuff, have random people come on that have never come into the stream before, or I haven't seen them in years, plus the usual suspects, so to speak. And it fills my heart. It fills my heart because I got the visceral, happy, real life birthday a couple weeks back, and now I have it with you guys. It's perfect. So Cal L's like, wait, so this isn't a 24-hour stream? No. My very first ever stream was 24 hours. Do not recommend. It's not a good time. Jim's like, Wednesday's my day off, so that's why I can stay late. Awesome. Now that I know that, it's perfect. And Jim's like, random is good. Not wrong. I like having those surprises that come in, like Tyler and Doc and a few other people came out like, oh shit. That's why something special like this, you multi-stream to multiple platforms. Just so people have, the opportunity to come in and do something. Because on YouTube, people get pigeonholed. On Twitch, people get pigeonholed. So to be able to, break out of that mold and do something that's just fun for all the communities you're involved in, in theory, it works. And it also shows that you've got, retro gamers and toy collectors and music guys. Like, we all like a lot of the same shit. So to be able to kind of like facilitate on some level that kind of inter subculture discourse, I'm like very into it. Oh, and Troy is still here. Says, as someone who is also neck deep into demoing an arrangement, loved hearing the first pass demo. Love you. Glad to be able to catch a stream. Happy birthday. Thank you, Troy. Thank you. And if you want to be involved on the record, like, dude, I'm fucking, you're in, like, whatever you want to do. You just say, like, bing, at some point, I don't fucking care. Like, this record is not meant to be only death metal people. There's folks that have expressed interest that want to do it, that are prominent musicians but are not death metal guys. They want to do something because we're friends, and that might happen. I don't want to say any names right now. I don't want to find out later they can't do it and then be like, well, remember the thing I said, I'm not gonna do it. That's not gonna be a thing. But I know that, like, pretty long list of people in the metal genre that are like, dude, I'm in. And just because we've been friends for 10, 15 years or whatever, and it's like, this is a cool idea. This is something different. This is something we haven't seen in a long time. So I'm as always, I'm super excited about the music. I'm super excited about what I'm doing on YouTube. I'm super excited about the community. I'm very excited about Retropalooza. Like, there's a long list of things that are doing very well for me in my life, and I feel really good. I feel really good about my life right now. More so than I have in a very long time. And everyone who's watched this, or ever will watch this, you're a part of it. For better or for worse. And
I still got 3 minutes to fill, so I'm going to do that. I thought at the 10 o'clock mark I was good. Like, nope. I said 5 hours. We're going to do it. So, so the way it's going to go is that I have this video that I'm editing right now. It's just taking me longer than it really should. And when you see the finished product, you're going to go, how did that take a long time to edit? But it's essentially a room tour. It shows a bit of like what it was like when I first moved into this room, and like the slow progression into what you see now. These little things, and I talk about it. That's coming out Thursday. Then I go to Retropalooza in Houston over the weekend. We'll have a stream on Monday, which will be a standard news and discussion kind of a vibe. I will ask that if you find interesting news bits between now and then, by like noon Monday, please send them my way, because I'm not going to have time to research that shit. I'm just not. And then next week we'll have another video going out in addition to the stream, because I've got other stuff I want to get done. But things are good. Things are okay. Like I feel good. I feel jazzed, and and I'm okay. Like, I'm really okay. Despite everything that went down last week and all the things that come along, well, 2 weeks ago, and everything went along with that. Because the thing with Trevor went down, coming up on 2 weeks ago. And then the Saturday after that, I have my very first ever surprise party with some of the people I love most in the world. And it was like this juxtaposition of things, right? And it kind of showed me starkly that even at the darkest points, there are still going to be people that care about you. And in spite of everything. So it was a big boost, because, again, without going into like damning detail, those of you that know, like, the early part of this year sucked for me. Sucked. And I thought I could potentially be throwing away something really great. Maybe I'm making huge mistakes here. Maybe I'm destined for this or that or whatever. But then that party happens. It's just this little stupid thing. Little dumb thing. That was a whim. And turned my life around in a second. Despite everything else in my life being really fucking good. Everywhere I turn, I see something that makes me happy. And I can honestly say it's the first time in my life that I felt that way. You guys are a huge part of that. I appreciate you, and I love you, and I thank you for spending my 45th birthday with me. This will not be the last. I'm going to be around a long fucking time if I have anything to say about it. I will film at Retropalooza Houston this weekend. I will have a very good time if I have anything to say about it. And then we'll see you live on Monday night. Not to recap Retropalooza, because that's going to be a separate video, but just to talk about toys and keep it small again. All right. You guys are the best. I love you. Take care of yourselves, and we'll talk soon. All right? You're the best. Cheers.